Hello, Kiora. Welcome, everyone. It's a true pleasure to open the Gaming in Education Symposium hosted by Virtual Production Dojo. Thank you for joining us from across time zones, disciplines, and school levels. Whether you teach primary or final year university students, we are united today by shared belief that games can be powerful tools for learning. Today's event is about possibility, how game-based experiences are reshaping what learning looks like, sounds like, and feels like in our classrooms. So, why gaming in education? For years, we've known that games motivate, engage, and spark curiosity. But the shift we are seeing now goes far beyond motivation. Today's educators are using games to teach system thinking and problem solving, promote collaboration and communication, foster creativity and design skills, and build real-world career pathways through tools used in professional industries. Students aren't just playing games, they're designing, iterating, storytelling, and solving, all within environments that mirror how the real world works. So why now? We need the future-ready learning that needs to be clear. Our students are growing up in a world shaped by interactive media, artificial intelligence, and virtual collaboration. The tools we explore today help prepare them for that world, not just as consumers, but as creators and problem solvers. And coming out of years of remote and disrupted learning, we've also seen how important student agency, engagement, and joy are for their learning. Games bring all of that into the classroom, and when done thoughtfully, they can align beautifully with curriculum outcomes that we plan. Why these tools? At this symposium, we will hear from educators using tools from Epic Games, including Fortnite Creative, Lego Fortnite, Unreal Editor for Fortnite, Twinmotion, Unreal Engine, and a few others as well. What's exciting about these platforms is that they are free and accessible for educators. They encourage open-ended, student-led creativity. They connect with real-world skills in design, storytelling, architecture, film, engineering, and many other areas. And they allow students to move from playing to creating, which is a key shift of 21st century learning. And most importantly, they create a space where learning feels meaningful, relevant, and fun. So what we can expect today? You will hear from our passionate educators at every level, from primary to university. You will see real projects, real challenges, and real impact. And you will walk away with ideas that you can take back to your own classroom, whether you're just starting out or already deep into your own game-based learning journey. And thank you once again for being part of this community. So let's explore, imagine, and reimagine what is possible together today. If you want, you can add in a chat from 1 to 5. Are you already using games in your education journey? Are you 1 being the lowest or not at all, and 5 maybe being very, very into it? So it will be interesting to see, and I'm very happy to see the mix of people from across the globe. So let's get started. My pleasure to introduce our first presenter, Dr. Kelly McNeil, who is a senior learning experience designer at Digital Promise, where she designs and facilitates playful professional learning experiences for educators exploring emerging technologies like AI, game-based learning, and immersive tools. With a background in K-12 and higher education, Kelly specializes in helping teachers bring creativity and curiosity into the classroom through games, storytelling, and design thinking. Her recent work includes guiding educators in using Lego Fortnite to co-create narrative-rich learning environments and participating in an Epic Games UEFN game jam focused on collaborative world building. She's passionate about transforming a rigid education system into dynamic, inclusive spaces where both teachers and students thrive through play and storytelling. So, Kelly, it's all now on to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brigita. And I am so happy to be here. So hello, everyone. And I see some familiar faces, so I'm very excited. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm hopefully not going to break anything because I have multiple tabs open right now. So let's see if I can figure this out. All right. I am sharing. Let's let it Google catch up. Okay. Can everybody see the screen? I can see it, so I'm pretty sure we're good to go. Awesome. Thanks, Jonathan. Yes, so thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I am here in as quick of amount of time as possible to sort of share with you my journey, where I came from, and how I got to where I am now. And I'm also hoping to be able to jump into UEFN just a little bit and share with you a couple of projects that I've been really excited about lately. So again, I am Dr. Kelly McNeil. I recently got my dissertation. I'll talk about that work a little bit more. I just put together a little smorgasbord here. I always say the same things, but I thought, say something different. Most people usually notice my background when I'm on Zoom calls. I work remotely. And so that's the first thing they see. And on this, you can see my woobles, my little Pac-Man woobles there. I'm a gamer. I have been a gamer for a long time, and I do some streaming on Twitch. Have done it just as a gamer with different types of content, but have recently gone into the education space. I have two children, no longer really children, 22 and 20-year-old. My 20-year-old is in the Marine Corps, and that's him in that picture. We went and did putt-putt golf last weekend. Have a cat, like Pokemon, all sorts of weird things about me. And I like to kayak. That's the kayak picture in there. So just a little bit about my journey and where I came from. I did not start out in education. Essentially, I knew I wanted to be in technology. I wasn't exactly sure, but all the way back in high school, I wanted to do something with computers. So my undergrad is actually information technology. And I did learn object-oriented programming. I am the first to tell you, I am not a good coder. I don't consider myself a good coder. Programming makes me sweat. And object-oriented programming, the first class was fine. When I got to the second class in undergrad, I was crying. I did teach myself Android and how to build apps with Android. And eventually I went in to become a computer science certified teacher for K-12, which is where I did bring in some of this app building into schools with middle schoolers, because I thought, if I can do it and learn how to do it, really anybody can do it. So the grades that I primarily taught were 6th through 12th grade, and I had a really interesting mix of teaching both computer science and this really innovative design studio. I went into grad school during my time in the classroom teaching, and I actually graduated from Clemson University. I did an online master's degree for teaching and learning with a STEAM focus, and I am pretty passionate about including the A in STEAM. I know that that is debatable among some circles. Then after COVID, I left the classroom and actually went to Arizona State University, where I had the most amazing opportunity to contribute to a large curriculum and technology program across the US with a program called Verizon Innovative Learning Labs. And that was when I entered graduate school for the second time. Went after my doctorate. At that point in time as well, I joined Digital Promise. So Digital Promise is a global nonprofit that works at the intersection of research, practice, and technology. So our impact goals are to further accessibility, further access, and equity in technology practices. And we do this through a variety of ways. It can look like policy, it can look like research on ed tech products. And in my particular role, I build community around educators who are interested in using technology. And I work with those communities in playful ways to make that technology seem less daunting. So just to talk a little bit about what I did when I was actually in the classroom and what programming looked like for me in the classroom before I jump into UEFN and how I got to where I am with it. Some of the tools that I used in K through 5 included block-based programming like Scratch. Lego Robotics also has different tiers and levels of programming that you can do that include block-based all the way up to looking at the actual code. And then Microbit is a really nice scaffold into the middle school, which we would use Arduino and looking at Python. Processing is another language that I thought was really fun. It was a very visual approach and an artistic approach to actually learning code. Alice 3, I always mention Alice 3. A lot of people don't know about Alice 3. And for me, it was also a foundation of my own personality of world building and storytelling. So Alice 3 comes out of Carnegie Mellon University, and a lot of great resources for teachers to use this in their classroom. I had students recreate movie scenes because it is very much a 3D environment that you can design and then go in and actually code the characters. And the demo is actually an Alice in Wonderland tea party setup. Pretty fun. Once I got to the high school and was also teaching with high school, we were using Unity in our classroom. Very, very difficult. Like, I openly admit that to all the educators that I talked to. At the time I was in the classroom, the resources were a lot more limited. With the community of educators I work with now, many of them do prefer Unreal Engine, and then especially UEFN, which we'll talk about, which I think really lowers the barriers to entry into actually programming. And then Twine, which I know my colleague Deb was here at some point, and I think she's going to be presenting as well. And I know she's a big one on Twine and narrative storytelling. Okay. Yay, Twine, Deb. So on to my research, which went down many paths. If any of you have done a dissertation or gone through a graduate program, you know that what your initial problem of practice that you start out with can go through many different iterations by the time you get to your final problem of practice. And what I was evaluating really at the end was looking at game-based learning and how teachers' perceptions of actually using this, like from an ease standpoint, and from their actual behavioral intention to use it in the classroom, studying it based on yeah. And Pat, by the way, who's like messaging in chat, she has a super cool dissertation she's working on too, so you should definitely connect with her and check her out. But the model is called Technology Acceptance Model. And so that was the initial frame. I basically had 7 middle school educators. I played with them in Lego Fortnite. We use this as a sandbox for building lesson plans or building learning experiences. I looked at this through the lens of constructionism, through the lens of the Learning Policy Institute's effective professional development principles. But what the work really led to was, first of all, getting my doctorate. Yay, that was good. But it also led to really the expansion of these communities. So I have an initial logo there of the Edu Gamers, which was created with AI. And we started out some of us on LinkedIn, we were on Discord, but we've expanded now to a pretty large community. And on the Discord community, we have about 180 educators that span across K-12, post-secondary. There's ed tech developers in there, industry folks, research folks. It's just really a thriving community where we talk about all things games and education. We also talk about AI, and we also talk about makerspace, which are some of the affinities that my colleagues there, that is Nick Shiner and that is Jasmine McCallum, who are my work besties in our community work. Okay, so now I'm watching my time. So Brigita also let me know. I think I'm at like 10 more minutes because I think I have about 30 minutes total.
You're fine. You're fine. No problem.
Okay, good, awesome. So I want to jump into the fun stuff of storytelling and world building. I thought it was important to kind of tell my story a little bit and how I got into this and where I came from. I'm not a game developer. I'm not a producer or designer. I have not worked in those capacities. I am a very social person, a very passionate educator, and have been fortunate enough to see these experiences and to get to work alongside ed tech developers with making tools that are, better for the classroom and that are actually listening to teachers and students when it comes to different learning outcomes. All right. So first of all, want to just share a little bit about playful professional learning and what is that? Because the word play, playful, of course, this is very subjective and we can all have our own definition of it. One of the studies that I really leaned into was out of research from UC Irvine and Mimi Ito and her research group. It is a concept called Hamago, which stands for hanging out, messing around, and geeking out. So if you spend any time in our community, you will hear me and my colleagues refer to this. It is in some ways meant to be, I don't want to say it's unstructured because we do have structure, but we're very open-ended with the experiences that an educator can have. So it is sort of the opposite of a prescriptive approach of you will come in here, you will do this, and this is what will happen. Spell Hamago. Is that what you were asking for? I can do that, yeah. If that's what you were asking for, Jonathan. So what you see on the screen here is just a couple of examples of some of the playful experiences that I've helped to co-design and to collaborate with. Co-design is another really important aspect for me when I am talking about, building a world. While I will show you the worlds that I've been building in UEFN, to me, being a learning experience designer, a learning experience, I am basically like building a story and building a world around an experience. It's not just a lesson plan. I don't build curriculum, and I don't do just traditional PD. So one of those pictures that you can see there, this is actually a group of educators that had never done gaming really at all. So I really love working with educators who are sort of intimidated by it and are like, well, I'm not a gamer. And I just brought them into Lego Fortnite just to play so that they could understand how you log in and what the mechanics are. And because you have to start there before you can even get to like, well, how might I use this in my classroom? Another a thing that we do around our playful learning offerings are something called Ed Camp. So this is considered what some will call an unconference. So you do not go into an Ed Camp with a predetermined agenda and everything that people are going to talk about. It is really a scenario that is by educators and for educators. So in the instance of a digital Ed Camp, we do have people submit topic ideas about 24 hours in advance. We build out a digital space where people can convene. So this one right here is actually called Gather Town, and we're looking at another space too called Topia. But I went in here and using templates, and some basic code principles, have built out digital spaces. Each one of those little dots represents an actual educator that's in there, and we have little areas where they can talk and speak to each other. Hold on, I hear my Fortnite was about to time out. I had to open up Fortnite for UEFN because it takes a while to load. So that is an example of, and I do a lot of online experiences with educators because our educators are from coast to coast. And so to accommodate being able to meet, it's much more feasible economically and logistically to meet in an online space. And then finally, this right here was actually one of my favorite in-person events. Yes, I dressed up. This is Nick, my colleague here, and these are all of the educators. We basically designed a sort of Dungeons and Dragons themed puzzle quest type introduction to what playful professional learning is, and shared just different research, different strategies, but presented it in a gamified way, which was pretty fun. All right, hopping into the world building and how did I actually get into like doing UEFN and Unreal when I am not a game developer or designer or anything like that. It really did start with Lego Fortnite. I mentioned that I am a gamer, and so Fortnite is actually not necessarily the game that I'm that interested in. My kids played Fortnite. I played it with them some, but Lego Fortnite for me was much more appealing because of its world exploration, because of the sandbox that it allows you to go in and just kind of explore and do what you want. So Cheo-Isaacs, who is actually right here in this little picture trying to drive a boat, he is with Epic Games and he was hosting Lego Fortnite Educator Playdates every Wednesday through the Unreal Educators Discord, which I highly recommend if you want to connect to other educators who are using Unreal. And so I started attending these. I attended so many, and as well, Jonathan, who is in the audience today, has been there. I believe Deb has probably been to one. I know Pat knows about them. I'm not sure she's been to any, but those three are actually part of our community. And so they are very familiar with these little adventures that we would have on a weekly basis. And it was really just Hamago. It was really just hanging out, messing around, and geeking out, just playing in the game. But this, led to more exploration, because when you're in Lego Fortnite, there are quests, but there are, building opportunities, and you're building in a game. So you're not coding, but you're putting things together, and you start to get curious, and you think, well, like how can I, build this more custom, and what can I do? And Brigita has, by the way, built some incredible worlds that are just such an amazing foundation to explore in the classroom, because the sky is really the limit in terms of creativity and what you think. And essentially, the Lego Educator Playdates were the inspiration for me to shift my playful professional learning research and to use this platform because it's free. There are limitations in K-12. Like, I'm not going to say it's super easy just to put it in every classroom. There's certain things, but Pat Dennis, who is also in the audience today, she has put together an incredible full curriculum that is just so inventive. She may even have more now, but I know of the one that she did with a nursing student, and it was with her middle school digital literacy. But it, again, being in that playground environment, it really just sparked creative ideas for what you can do that is, you can really decide, do you want to teach English? Do you want to teach math? We had all of these conversations. We have those conversations in those play dates, and we had them as well during my research sessions. So after I'd spent that time and I played with Lego Fortnite and done that, Steve asked me if I wanted to participate in an Unreal Fest. So Unreal Fest is here in Orlando, which is close to me. You're welcome, Patricia. And he was like, do you want to do a game jam? I have done a game jam before. I did one with Unity, and I built a VR game. I built the world, and I created the story. I did not do the programming, but I had a programmer friend who could show me underneath the hood and show me some of the programming. And so I get a little bit of the programming, but for the most part, I am the storyteller and the world builder around which the games are usually based. So Steve asked me if I wanted to do this, and I was like, okay. It's at Full Sail University, which I met 3 wonderful young men, all about 20 years younger than me. I walked in. I was probably the oldest person there, but I just jumped in and said, "Yeah, let me do this." And I had no experience with UEFN going into this. So what happened over the course of 2 days was we became really good friends. We built a game together. The game was really awesome. It is built in UEFN. Would you all like to see it? If I'm good on time, I'm going to show you what that looks like. Awesome. Okay, so because I realize now, I'm going to see if I can switch the screen so that you can actually see this screen. And you still see that. So I'm going to stop sharing, present something else. Here we go. Okay. To avoid infinity member, don't share your entire screen. So that is actually on my, I don't even know where that is. Let's see if I can get this to go away here. It does not, oh, okay. Show my screen anyway. There we go. All right, so this is actually not the one I want to show you. Show you. We love how long. I will say it does you have to have a lot of good resources on your computer, and it does take a while to load things in. Um, and I should have had this one pulled up. The one that you're seeing right here, this is the current project that we're working on. But I wanted to show off the one from the Unreal Game Jam as well. But while that is loading, there we go. Okay, so this project right here is the project that came from, speed this up a little bit. Whoa, not that much. From this game jam where I met these wonderful individuals. We basically started with the story. We decided that we were going to create a multiversal burger run. We loved the fact that there's a lot of assets ready to go. Durburger is a favorite of everyone, so this was sort of like our key theme here. And what we actually ended up doing was we had multiple levels that each of us could sort of build in one single space. We had two like hardcore programmers, and then we had sort of two storytellers and world builders. So I don't know if any of you are storytellers and world builders, which side you align with more, but often storytellers always have a story. I do. I always have a story ready to go. The initial concept of this was I wanted to do like a picnic thing. Of course, the guys wanted to do some sort of fighting scenario, so we ended up landing on a burger run. Each of us sort of took a little window box and applied some of our different ideas here. I will say though that one of the programmers got to a point where he was like, I really just want to just program stuff. Can you build the world? And so I was like, absolutely. I was very excited to do it. But when you play the game, you start out and you are basically trying to find ingredients on each level that allows you to build this amazing burger at the end. And so this is our methane farm where you go and get meat. And then you are transported and you have to get a bun eventually. That level is also really fun. There is a meat world, which that's an interesting world. But let me see if I can get this to launch and I can actually show you what it looks like. And while that is loading, so that I don't take up too much time and we stay on time with everything, looks like I'm presenting again. I also wanted to share a little bit about the current project that I'm working on. And this project is actually being built with Jonathan, who is here in the audience, as well as Cheo-Isaacs, as well as Ian Southwell from Clever Like Studios. And they have some really great resources for educators that are free that I would highly recommend. But just talking a little bit about the process of how do you actually do this. There's a lot of tools. In my last slide, I'm going to kind of just share like how the process actually comes about. But this is an early screenshot of what the game looked like. This is an early screenshot of Miro, which we use to sort of like organize our thoughts and our ideas around this. And then this is a little video here of the gameplay for that game. This is the Lego Fortnite game we're working on, but it has changed a lot. So I was hoping to show that off to you. But let me see if I believe I have to end my game because I was logged into Lego Fortnite. But yeah. So again, I'm switching around a little bit here. This game is actually our current one that we're working on with educators. We couldn't actually figure out, so the lighting is actually not supposed to look that dark. That turned out to be something you will in this, and then when I spawn back in, the color will be much better. Here we go. So I died and I came back in. And the idea for this specific game right here is actually around a Lego Summer Arcade Challenge. So this is something that was introduced to the Unreal Educator in the Discord, but there is also another Discord called UEFN Hub, and there are a lot of creators that are in there, and that is where they have been hosting every Friday a session around ideas and doing this Lego Fortnite. So yeah, so I jumped around, Monica. That's a good question. This one right here that I'm showing the gameplay from, this is actually the Lego Summer Arcade. So this is Lego Fortnite. I was waiting for the other one to load in and I realized that I had loaded Lego Fortnite. So I will show you this one if I can get it running now though. So this right here is the one that I was trying to see if I can get it. It says sessions loading. I kind of messed it up, I think, because I was in the middle of a Lego Fortnite session. And I didn't end that one before I joined this. So I don't know if this is going to work. That is one thing that I have learned about working with UEFN. It does take time. It does take resources. One advice I always have to teachers is like, don't worry, you can't break anything. You kind of can't break stuff with UEFN. So I don't sugarcoat it in that you do need to have like a little bit of technical know-how. And I don't always have it. And I do break things. And then I have to go and look things up and figure out how exactly to uncover. How is the learning curve in doing world building in Unreal? So honestly, to me, it was like a playground of assets. I think the learning curve was more around, especially with this world right here, had to do with like resources and the available memory that you can have because it's limited. You can't just put whatever you want. And the programmers actually had to go in and do some adjustments for me, which you see right here, this blank space, like this was filled with all of this cornfield texture, but nobody could really see it from the ground level. And it was taking up so many resources that it was causing problems with the game. So that had to come out. But in terms of actually how to use it to build a world, for me, it wasn't too bad. I mean, this interface here, as you're looking at it, yes, I mean, it looks like somewhat like an integrated development environment, which I had some, some experience with, but honestly, just this like whole like concept of finding assets and then just being able to build and play with them. For me, again, with my level of like non-game design experience, I didn't find it too difficult. Doing a couple of tutorials right away at the beginning was very helpful for being able to figure out just how to get things up and how to set properties and things like that. And then eventually you work your way up to doing things like programming. But yeah, I don't think it's going to work because of what I did, which is my own fault.
It is just that this is notoriously long time to launch sessions. So if you don't have it already opened up, this might take 5 and more minutes. So we might be running a little bit out of time.
That is fine. I will get it published. I will say with the publishing process, that was another thing that I did learn around the process of actually getting something approved so that you can sorry, this keeps popping back up because there we go. Yes, content and getting approvals for age level is really, really something that's important to understand. And I have not gotten that process fully approved on that island yet. That is something that my team didn't know how to do at all. And so I've been working on that. I think I do understand how to do it now, but anyway. So I will wrap this up because I know I'm getting to the end, but I will get those island codes out so that I could share that gameplay with you and also see if I can do some, I plan on doing some video screenshots to share with our community, but just different tools that I use and different tips. I tend to use a lot of tools that are free, honestly. So Google Docs is always just like hands down a great way to actually communicate with your team. Ian from Cleverlike introduced this one sheet. So this is where we actually put down our ideas for the story. In Discord, servers for large groups to get information, but also if you're working with a team, we actually have our own little, not server, but our group on Discord where we can communicate. Miro was really helpful. I use ChatGPT to help elaborate on stories and to help me organize things. I do not go to it for original content. I go to it with an idea and sort of use it as a thought partner. And then as far as like what to do, if you have no experience at all, I think probably most of the people here probably have experience, probably have more experience than me, but I would just say, just play, just jump into it. Local universities, local high schools have things like hackathons. There are always online game jams that you can participate in, but by far the game jams and the hackathons that I have done are what has, I mean, it forces you to jump in. You have a deadline and you have to play with it. And yeah, it's been really fun. But anyway, sorry I couldn't show you the actual gameplay. We will be publishing it, and so we will have it available, and I'll make sure that gets shared with everyone. But thank you so much for your time and for your questions, and happy to have you connect and join to our communities to learn more.
Thank you, Kelly. That was lovely. And I really think it was good that you actually showed your journey from someone who is not in that field and how you can actually enter that field. And that's what many educators might be struggling with in the beginning, so before they become familiar. So, okay, so we are a little bit short on time, so I'm going straight into introducing our next presenter. And our next presenter is Deb Fuller, who has over 15 years of experience in designing engaging, standards-aligned educational games and curriculum. Her portfolio includes award-winning work with Minecraft education, immersive escape rooms, and interactive STEM adventures that make learning meaningful and memorable for students. She's a frequent speaker at conferences like the International Serious Play Conference, where she brings deep insight into how storytelling, mechanics, and pedagogy intersect to create content that teachers love and students remember. She specializes in designing experiences that blend fun with function and sparking curiosity while building real-world skills. So, Deb, you are next.
All right. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Please say you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Hallelujah. Yeah, these earbuds are so persnickety, and half the time they're just like, no, we don't want to work today. And it's usually like right when I have to present. So, let me window. That. All right. The slides are up. You can see my slides. All right. So put that into slideshow. And we're off. Yay! All right, so hi, my name's Deb Fuller. I'm a game-based learning designer, and a little bit about me. I know Kelly like had her nice little thing, and so that inspired me at the last minute to sit there and put pictures up. I've been a lifelong gamer. I started playing Dungeons and Dragons back when it was Dungeons and Dragons before Advanced Dungeons and Dragons came out. That's the top left thing here. So that will kind of give you an insight on how old I am. I'm an old school gamer. And I'm a member of a local indie design collective in my area. DMV stands for Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. I'm the V of the DMV. And so we work, we do games workshops. There's me and some of my game design students. And we hosted a big an indie game press day at a local bookshop, and this is one of my favorite designers, John of Exeunt Press, who does absolutely amazing solo journaling games that I really love. And these are analog games. They're analog meaning they're paper and pencil, and the solo, so you actually don't need a game master. You're not, although you could play with a group, but they're aimed at, you read through prompts and you either draw cards, which tells you what happens, or you roll dice. And he's just so creative. Like Caveat Emptor is you're playing as a demon, selling cursed artifacts to people. And so that's the fun thing is like, yes, you can get what you want, but it's going to be like a curse, so it's like, I want to be the world's greatest poet. Okay, fine. But then you'll never have a moment's peace because you'll just be hounded by paparazzi. You Are a Muffin is absolutely brilliant. It's about, you actually play a pastry in a coffee shop bakery cabinet, and you're waiting to be eaten. And so it's all about like who comes into the store, who buys things, and are you eaten? And so he just does such creative, fun stuff that really inspires stuff that I do. As Brigita mentioned, I am really involved with the Serious Play Conference. I judge their awards. So if you've got a game that you've developed for your classroom or education, any sort of education purpose or simulation, consider submitting it to the awards. We do both tabletop or analog and online games, and we're all fields. So K-12, higher education, healthcare, industry, government, careers, like we do, so if you've got simulations, like last year I judged something where you were a truck driver, and that was kind of cool. And this is one of my, like I said, I've done a bunch of Minecraft. So I develop games for my own classes. I teach for the Center for Talented Youth run by Johns Hopkins University. I'm in ed tech, so ed publishing, and I'm always like, can we do a game? Can we do a game? That person, and working with that. So I'm really excited to see that games-based learning now is like the thing. And I was like, 20 years ago, I feel like a pioneer. Going from being the weirdo in my teacher's ed classes going, why, doing a game. And now it's like, oh, everybody does games. So awesome. My big thing as coming from an instructional design teaching perspective is how do we create a solid learning game? And like I said, I've judged for Serious Play, I've judged for Games for Change and other educational games conferences. And there's a lot of learning games out there, and there's a lot of schlock games that just don't do what they're said to do. So, and it's also, I feel like you have to separate gamification from a game. So gamification are things like Kahoot, Duolingo, Blue-Kit, things where you've already got the knowledge and you're learning. The game is reinforcing that knowledge. So it's motivation. Gamification is like quizzes, the gamified quizzes, points, badges, and leaderboard, as they call them. So you're not really like, again, Duolingo does a little bit of both, but you're learning Duolingo it's gamifying that learning. So the app is, you learn in the app, and then you get points and, the points and coins and whatever to encourage you to keep going the streak. They're really, the owl will come and get you if you don't use streak. Yeah, extrinsic motivation. Yeah, don't let your streak go down, or the owl will give you the come in for you and guilt you. But then game-based learning is actual learning games. So you're actually learning new material from the game itself. As I said, you learn from the game, not in spite of the game. So the classic example, Oregon Trail, which has been updated recently. It's actually gone through several updates from when it debuted in the 70s. Or Where in the World is Carmen San Diego, which is a game I played as a kid. It was great for learning geography. It even became an in-person game show, if you remember that. I think you can actually get some of the YouTube has the old TV shows. I want to say there was an updated one on Netflix or something, but that and other larger, more immersive games. There are people like, especially the medical profession has really done a lot of stuff with doing like escape rooms for how to run ER triage, which is really brilliant. or like medical simulations, in things like that. Certainly STEM, there's a lot of stuff in STEM, especially because you can actually have kids experiment and build in a safe environment. Like chemistry, you don't have to worry about them like blowing things up, which I learned the hard way in Minecraft, that if you don't set the parameters for damage, you will blow up your lab, like you should. It's like, oh, that was very real world because everything is now burning. So, and you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about inhaling fumes, or, if you get squished by the boulder that you just made on your Rube Goldberg, you come back to life, and it's great. So I start in all that, you start with learning objectives. So it's like planning any good lesson, or um, any sort of, your own lesson or curriculum. You always start with, what do you want the students to do? What you want them to know or do at the end of this lesson, game, etc. And from there, that drives your game design. So what happens is people say, oh, this is a fun game, can we adapt it? Yes, but and then if it's something like a quizzy thing, that's fine. If it's like a quizzy, we want to do a new Duolingo, awesome, do a new Duolingo or a new Kahoot. There's plenty of Kahoot type games out there. And if you don't know what Kahoot is, it's an online quiz game. So it has like, people can play, the students can play against themselves, play against each other. There's different types of games you can do with but it's basically a gamified quiz. And what I see happening is people who do not start with learning objectives, solid learning content, it becomes a kludge. It becomes this like, okay, there's this game in here, and the learning in the game, a lot of times they have to stick it on top. And it's not in the game, it doesn't flow. It's like a quiz. And it's like, why should I have to answer a question before I go through this door? Nobody does that in real life, and that's not learning from the game. That's a quiz being stuck in a game. And students see through that very quickly. And it's annoying because you're just like, and there's ways to put those kind of knowledge checks and quizzes in your game. But again, it has to be designed in the game, and it has to go back to your learning objectives on that. So I always say good games start with content, and on that. All right, next slide. There we go. So like any, like I mentioned before, like any designing curriculum, you have to look at it like from the content curriculum first. I'm planning a lesson, I'm planning a curriculum, I'm doing a new unit or something. What's your content? And you need to thoroughly scaffold it and chunk it into those learning moments. How, if I was teaching this in class, how would I teach this and why? And what bits of content lead to the other? That's really important because that's what you want to do in the game. On the flip side, it's also important, like if you give students free choice, they need to be free to fail. So if that's one of your points of, like, if you're doing lab safety, this is why you have to turn the hood on before you put your experiment in, right? Because otherwise, if you put something in, you forget to turn the hood on, you're going to gas yourself or blow something up or whatever. But you'd want to do things in the proper procedure. Same like with medical, anything medical, please do this in the right order. There's no like, oh, I'm going to start surgery first and then apply anesthesia, with something like that. And this will also show you like where students can be free to experiment in the game. Like what doesn't have to be taught in order? Where is the experiments where is that playful learning coming from in the game that you can give them what they call voice-ed choice. So it really makes your game structured in a logical, fun way. Like in Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, you're chasing criminals. So that's VILE, and I forget what VILE stands for, but it's VILE. It's an acronym, something like League of Evil. So it'll say, oh no, the one of Carmen's henchmen has gotten away. They've been spotted in the vicinity of a really large steel tower. Somebody walked by, eating a baguette. And so you're free to explore anywhere, and you'll get like 3 or 4 choices of where do you want to go? Paris, France; Sao Paulo, Brazil; New York; or Greece, Athens, Greece. And you're free to explore that But if you don't get it, if you don't go to the right place, like if you go to Athens, they'll be like, no, you'll interview people in there and they'll say, no, I don't see it. I've never seen anybody like that. So it, allows students that choice. They learn, okay, well, obviously there's, baguettes and large metal statues or sculpture, structures don't exist in Greece and whatever. And they might learn something about Greece, at the time too. We eat olives here in Greece. It's been ages since I played it. So my notes just disappeared, which is bad because if I don't have them, I will ramble on that. All right. So Bloom's taxonomies, anybody's an educator, they went through teacher training. Bloom's is near and dear to your heart, right? And yes, I know and Bloom's was updated too in the early 2000s. So if this is something different than you remember, it's because it's been updated a bit. So like the top level used to be synthesize, and now it's create, which is fine. It basically does the same thing. It's just the definitions are a little tighter. And there are other taxonomies too of learning, like now domains of knowledge are really popular, and that's great too. I have not yet really looked into domains of knowledge in games. I need to do that. But regardless, whatever you look at, whatever taxonomy, like learning verbs you use, and you need to use learning verbs, right? Because students are doing stuff in games. Then that is driving your content. So this guy, it's a pyramid. Like remember is recall facts and basic concepts, what's your vocabulary, understand is they can basically, what's the difference between the sun and the moon? Basic, then you're applying, analyzing, evaluate, and create. So if you're doing a game, you want to do things where students can do. You don't want them to just, point or identify, because that's, that doesn't make a very good game. For little kids, that's fine. You want them to learn colors or something, absolutely. But that's on a very small scale. But if you're getting into, anything elementary, up, you want them to do more, to apply their learning. So if you would think, when you do games, you need to look at like these upper level verbs, when you start to, execute, implement, solve, demonstrate, classifies can be kind of fun too in game too. So this is, there's some, I'm not saying all rule, there's no hard and fast rule, but again, when you look at your game, you need to look at, okay, the higher level stuff. And there are places for these lower level stuff. And that's maybe like where you can do a remember quiz, make it a quiz and or like a knowledge check without making it feel like a knowledge check. There could be a helper in the game or like a lab assistant and be like, oh no, I forgot what we do first. What do we do first? And then you have 4 choices. That's a quiz in a game that doesn't feel like a quiz in the game. And again, don't use that a lot because students will start to be like, oh, I don't want to talk to this guy again because, if you block students from doing things because they have to talk to, lab assistant who doesn't know anything, that's going to break the game and feel like, it's all right. This is a quiz. This guy's asking me a quiz. But if it's natural, like, oh yeah, or I dropped all these things, help me put them back in order. Perfect. That's within the game and it flows. All right. So these again are some more useful verbs for your objectives. And again, use this distinct verbs. So when you're breaking up your content and you're scaffolding them, yes, your like first, introductory things are going to be, might be identify, classify, compare. But then when you start really getting into the content, you're going to be using these upper level verbs. And the other thing this does is it lets you look at what does, my game engine or what kind of game mechanics am I thinking about using? So if you're using Lego Fortnite, where can you do discover? Where can you categorize? Where can you take apart things? Same with like Minecraft, where do you, is there a build in here? There's not a build. Minecraft is, obviously a build. Solve, criticize, rephrase, judge, defend. And you don't have to do everything in the game as well. And I'll get to that as on that. Like role play is really great. Like, obviously games are perfect for role play. That's perfect if you're doing a tabletop role playing game. It's already built in and baked in, invent, write. Especially in your analog games too. You're right. You're planning, reframing and stuff. You can do a lot with analog games that would be a lot harder to do in a digital game, because to get that kind of authentic, response, or to do like especially conversations, like two people can have a conversation or a whole group can have a conversation. It's like pretend you're all senators in the Senate of Rome, that's great. If you were to do it in a game, that's a lot of work to be able to create those conversations in a natural way. That's education. Yeah, it's hard to imagine games with only basic skills. There are. I'll show you some, some basic skill stuff, and it's good to have stuff in there. One of the basic, like if you look at Lexiville by, that's a Minecraft education game for early readers. That is it's very identified, and it's super cute. I mean, and they're going around and they'll be like cat, and they'll be like 3 blocks, and they're like, which letter is the first word of cat? And the student will have to, pick the block that begins with C, and then it'll say cat, and it has that reinforcement. So again, yeah, like lots of lower elementary preschool games are going to be on that knowledge understanding, because you're teaching basic skills. But then obviously, yeah, higher level, you want students to have those basic skills before they go into the game, because yeah, learning vocabulary in a game, unless it's get baked into the game, is very boring, and they don't want to do that. They can do flashcards on their own. Huge pet peeve of mine, and I always get into fights about this, but it's my presentation, and so I'm going to say it. Understand is not a verb, ever. And yes, in Bloom's, let me go back. Yes, in Bloom's taxonomy, number 2 is understand, but that's not the verb. Do you see understand as a verb in the understand phase? No, I mean the understand step. So if you have a verb, students will understand how to use, understand basic lab safety. What does that mean? How do you measure that? And that's the big thing, is you're doing the, if you want to measure your knowledge, like, do my students know how to do this? What have they learned? You can't measure understanding as a concept. How do you know if somebody understands what to do or knows something? They demonstrate it. So that's where you sit there. When you sit there and think, oh, I need to understand this. And I see this a lot, and it drives me bonkers. But especially if you're, measuring, you need to measure that student knowledge, the student assessment. You have to have, understand lab safety. So they need to demonstrate how to put on goggles. They need to identify PPE. They need to explain proper procedures for this, blah, so these are all the, all your little understanding. That's all goes into the goal of understanding. But like I said, that's not a single verb. All right, moving on. I had a huge debate on LinkedIn about this. It was if you're teaching in K-12, students need to pass tests. They need to be able, demonstrate, very specific skills, which, that's another thing. So examples of really good content being applied to games in things. This is a Sustainable Village, Lego Fortnite. And I'm not sure, Steve might be able to, or Cathy, if you're on. I think this was part of the UNESCO Sustainable Village Challenge. I'm not sure if it was, but this is a lesson plan you can find in the Epic Games, the Epic lesson plan database, and apply principles of sustainability in architecture and urban planning, which is great because they're applying, or demonstrate, and you can demonstrate too. But this is one of the lesson objectives of the game, and in this particular lesson, students had to use the materials in Lego Fortnite to build a sustainable village or structures in a village. So how that and it's really neat that they did that. So they had to choose, like, collecting wood, from the ground. They really couldn't chop down. They said, well, we didn't want to chop down any trees on that. Same with stones. They're collecting stones instead of mining on that, or they're growing, they're planting areas for crops. And this is, I think, in the desert biome. So they talked about how their houses, were airy and reflect the heat and have a lot of airflow. How do they design them? So that's part of, this is more of a sandboxy, like it's not a game and like you don't win sustainable architecture, but it's a, like a sandbox scenario where you allow like playful learning. And that's, again, splitting hairs. I'm kind of generic in any sort of playful learning / gaming experience. My game, again, Periodic Rescue is what it's called in the Minecraft education lesson database. It's under Atomic Rescue on the Royal Society of Chemistry site. One of the things they have to do is relate atomic number to atomic weight. Well, Minecraft Education has a whole chemistry lab, and it's awesome. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. So first of all, every element in the periodic table is represented. You can make them in the game. And this is a little, you can make them. There's protons, electrons, and neutrons. And you have to, so this is magnesium. And you have to select with the little sliders, or you can type in the numbers, how many of each to create this little element. And so a lot of times your atomic weight is the same thing as your atomic number, but not always. And depends on what you have in the little, in your atom. And it also will do things like isotopes. So sometimes it'll be like, well, wait a minute, because you can do carbon 14 and carbon 12. And so it'd be like, wait, why does this atom have, I want to say 12 electrons, and this atom has 14 electrons, but they're both carbon, but the atomic weight is 6. What? I'm confused, and then those are great conversations. Oh, because, and then one of the things they had to do also in my game is find or make these missing elements. So they had to figure out like which ones, and some of it's kind of obvious, where the holes are, what it is. And the other neat thing in Minecraft education with chemistry is you can put an element here in the little box and it'll tell you the atomic structure. So you can go and you can also mine different rocks, and you can decompose them into their elements, which is basically it's related to what they are like in the real world, and find out, oh, this quartz rock is a lot of carbon and silicon or whatever. So it's a neat thing to do. To they could explore different ways too. The programmer from I2E, Ben, who's one of my BFS programming buddies, did this, and he's just amazing. And this is also an example of a great working relationship. I am also not a programmer. I really hate it. I've been trying to program since I was 8 because that's what you're supposed to do when you're a geeky kid in the 80s, and I'm just teaching a pig to sing on that. And I know the basics, and I can do some HTML, but I'm just like, well. See, Ben, on the other hand, is, the exact opposite of me. He's the programming nerd. He's, there trying to figure out what he can do in Minecraft and break it, and does all sorts of other things. So he was able to, the way I worked with him on this is I literally had a PowerPoint presentation of, these are the things that I need to do. These are, I need something where you can burn an element and see it glow differently. And he's like, we can make sparklers, because the difference, depending on how you made the sparklers with different elements, that's what fireworks are. It glows differently. That ties into ions, and why that is. Like, why does one sparkler go white and another one green? I'm like, awesome. And then this is here. I said, yeah, it'd be nice if they could build a periodic chart, or they can or they can make something. And he's like, we can do this. And I was like, that is great. So it was a really great working relationship. But again, what I gave him was, this is what I need the students to do. And he's like, this is how we can do it in the game. And it was just a lot of fun. AI and historical figures. I will touch on that at the end because I have opinions. In game design, there are a lot of game design models, and this is the MDA model, which stands for mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics. On that, so when you're looking at your content, how do you, so I've got these great learning objectives. How do I turn them into actual game mechanics? And so the way this works is that, let me get make sure I have my definitions here. Mechanics describes the particular components of the game. So what can you do? You can run, you can jump, you can pick up things, you can push buttons, you can craft. All right. Dynamics is the how those mechanics act together. So, and what the player can do within the whole system. So again, in Minecraft Education, there's a whole chemistry that, you know, they're chemistry sets. So that's a dynamic because it's a whole bunch of mechanics working together. And then aesthetics is what you want the player to feel or look at. So when you interact with the game system. So that's kind of the whole layer of, you know, you want things to blow up and you want the player to go, wow, I shouldn't do this in real life because I could blow myself up. Absolutely, basically, or whatever. Or we want to conserve water because if I use too much water in my little village, the river dries up. That's aesthetics. And on top of that, you've got rules, systems, and fun. And rules, again, are the, if you do this, X happens, or you can, roll the. In tabletop, it's like the mechanic is dice rolling. The rule is if you roll over a 6, you can, or if you roll a 6, you move 6 spaces. The system, again, is that whole entire system of what those rules are doing, and which then inform your dynamics, and all of that creates fun. And fun, again, is subjective. There's also, you can look up, like, there's 8 types of fun. There's players who want to explore, players who want to create, players who want to socialize, players who want to try and break the game and find little Easter eggs in it. And fun is subjective. Everybody has their own definitions of fun. But you start here with this rules and mechanics, and then you end up having a solid game. So game ended. Oops, there we go. So your content is going to come here. This content is going to drive your mechanics and your dynamics on that. And again, how they fit together. So that's, going back to good games start with content. Because a game can be fun. And my example is Monopoly. Everybody plays Monopoly, right? Everybody's played Monopoly. You either like it or you hate it. I hate it. It's a horrible game. From a game design perspective, this is a very bad game. It's unbalanced, it plays too long, and it was actually designed to teach you why landlords and capitalism is bad. And if you have seen recently, Hasbro has come out with Monopoly extensions to make the game more fun. Right, because we all have house rules to make the game more fun about how we can either balance the game out a lot better, or we play it for 5 hours, and the goal is not really to play the game, but we're hanging out with people. We need something to do other than like stare at each other blankly or nosh on ship. So that is not a fun game. The fun is coming from the socialization. The fun is not actually coming from the game. Or if you're like, the big capitalist landlord and you like to dominate and just buy up all the properties, all right, that's your idea of fun and that's valid. But everybody else, that's probably not their idea of fun. So if you're playing with a bunch of cutthroat players who just, who wants to see who can buy up everything first, absolutely, it's a great game for you. Everybody else, So this is where the fun breaks down, or the immersion in that game-based world is going to break down, is if you've got mechanics without a lot of learning content. You're going through quizzes and whatnot, and it's very thinly veiled. This is a game, but the students are like, this is a quiz and it's a worksheet. If I did this, on paper, I'd be done by now. That's not going to be fun. Or you've got, wow, this is a really fun game, but they don't learn anything. Lastly, games don't exist in a vacuum, and this is something else that kind of gets lost. And a lot of, there's a lot of games that are being sold as their magic bullet. Here, students will play this game. You can learn how to be fluent with Duolingo. No, because you need to talk to people. In order to learn a language, you just can't learn from an app. You learn a lot from an app. You learn grammar, but if you talk to anybody who does language learning or especially language education, they're like, okay, yeah, that's fine, but you need to talk to people. You need a grammar book. You need to be able to write stuff down, and it's not. You need that outside synthesis with your game. And so you're in a game. In the ideal world, in a classroom, and this is something, again, in my classroom, not just what game am I using, but how am I inserting it into my curriculum? How am I using it with my students. So you need to do it as, think about it as an actual lesson, or if it's a science lab or an art project or something, it goes in, that whole wrapper of a lesson and not just, here, students, go play this game. So you've got your advanced organizers, you talk to them, hey, we're going to play this game. And this is the expectations too. And that's the other thing a lot of people forget is we don't talk about, why am I playing this game? And so students, because students will be, will do that. Like, classic example, I had my Minecraft game and I had my 13-year-old niece, at the time I think she was 11, Minecraft, loves Minecraft. I said, hey, Camille, you want to try out my game? She's like, great. That's awesome. She goes in and immediately starts mining, goes to the mine and starts mining everything. Doesn't make the torches that she's supposed to make, doesn't talk to the scientists or anything. And I'm like, okay, why are you doing that? It's like, I just really like mining. Oh, well, I didn't tell her the object of the game was to learn chemistry. I just wanted to see what would happen. And that was a great example of play testing of, yes, if I had told her, no, please talk to the scientists first, do the things in the game, please, she probably would have done that. But, normal kid is be like, oh, it's a world. What do I want to do? Do I plant crops? Do I want to talk to this guy? Do I want to go in the science lab? No, I want to go mine stuff. So that was great. So students play the game. And again, you've got replays. And Steve just joined us, and Cathy too. Hey, guys. Students play the game and they can replay it its final lives too. You might have a 10-minute game. You might have, it might be multi-sessions of a game too. If it's like a role-playing game, where students do things in phases, and that's great too. And then the most important part is the debrief, so they can synthesize the information they learned in the game. So they tie that game content. What did you learn in the game? Where would you have trouble? What did you do well? What could you have done differently? Those questions and those analysis and self-reflection are where the learning actually happens. That's that transformative fact of games, or transformative nature of games, other than, like, had I done Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego as part of a geography class, I probably would have learned more or remembered more about it. I did learn a lot, and same with Oregon Trail. Like, the current Oregon Trail is brilliant and has lots of different like mini games and side quests and stuff. And the Native American content was developed working with tribes as opposed to just kind of throwing them in. And so doing that as part of a social studies unit on Oregon Trail would be very, very powerful. And you're going to learn more than, here, just play this game, kids. So the last thing is the physics laboratory. So an example of, like, how do you put it all together is Andrew Van den Heuvel is a science teacher, and he's an astronomer who teaches at a local community college, and also likes Fortnite. So this is done in actual Fortnite. He got Unreal Engine, and he actually got a grant to do a physics island in Fortnite to do lots of cool physics experiments. And so he could add in, like, velocity, like XYZ is your your vectors, time. And so you can actually calculate a lot, like, if this guy is on a skateboard, you can calculate all this, and it's a lot more fun to calculate what's happening with your little dude in Fortnite than to, like, throw balls at things. That's what I had to do in my lab because we didn't have Fortnite. But, like, he has got this, he's called Speed Island. And it's very, very simple. It's like you choose your vehicle and you basically run it into a wall. And it's got a set length. It has a set time, and it tells you, how long it takes this vehicle to go the set distance, and then you can calculate speed with that. And so it's fun, and it's also fun to crash things into a wall. You just respawn. But he's got an entire lab. This is part of the lab. So he's not just, hey, kids, go crash things into a wall. He has the intro. He tells them what they're doing, and then what knowledge they're using. How long does it take a vehicle to travel 50 meters? And there's an introductory video on it. There's some predictions and the data collection in that, and the lesson plan goes on. And the nice thing, what he does is he's got, if students cannot play Fortnite, which is a huge accessibility concern is there are measuring speed data. There's a video for that. And I'm assuming it might have audio descriptions on it. I'm not sure, but so for whatever reason you can't play Fortnite, or you don't have time to play Fortnite, you can watch the videos and get the same data. It's not quite as fun, but at least it's there. And then it says, for an extra challenge, use Fortnite Creative to build your own speed measuring virtual laboratory. And he's got all sorts of different things. He's got another for velocity, where you throw things off a big tower. I mean, who doesn't want to do that? He also, one of the cool things is he discovered gravity in Fortnite, because he thought, oh, this gravity is probably lighter because you can jump really, really high. Well, using the calculations of like distance or whatever, he found out gravity in Fortnite is actually heavier, but you're stronger. So what that does, the effect is that you shoot up really, you shoot up fast, but you come down slower, or actually no, you shoot up slower and you come down faster, right? Because you don't want, if the gravity was lighter, it'd be like walking on the moon, right? You go wee, wee, it would be slow up and down, and that breaks the gameplay. But you want something to give that effect of, oh, I'm jumping, and then, but you don't need to watch somebody come down, so it makes it so, you can go higher because you're stronger, but then gravity takes over. It goes, you drop quicker because of the gravity, which is pretty genius. And that I think you could actually play around with that too in different, it's something you can do. So yeah, that's basically all I have. Here's my deets if you want it. Okay, on AIs and historical figures. So one of my other things that I do is I do a lot of living history. My background is actually in theater with a concentration of costume history. So what do you do when you have costume knowledge and history knowledge? Is you get to, you make your own funny clothes and you dress up in them. And I like to joke that I have 2,000 years of clothing in my closet, which is accurate because I go from ancient Celts and Romans all the way up to Cold War. So, and that. So as a living historian, there's two types of basic of what they call interpretation: first person and third person. Third person is like, hello, this is my outfit. I'm supposed to be a Roman. Welcome to my tavern. This is what we eat. So you're like, yes, I'm a modern person in modern clothes, and I'm explaining what we do and what we have, right, from a third person perspective. So there's no like suspension of disbelief. But then first person is like, hello, my name is Asalina. This is my tavern. Please, won't you come in and join me? What would you like to eat? So you're actually portraying the person from that historical time period. And one of the things we really pride ourselves on as living history interpreters is being authentic to the time period, but with the understanding of is history is a window to the past. It's a, or they say what history is a foreign country. So we can never know what exactly something was like back in time because we didn't live it. We don't have that threat of, we have antibiotics, we have modern medicine, we have climate control. We have cars, and, even if you're in kind of the perfect idyllic situation, which is like, oh, wow, this is really great. This looks really accurate and everything. Plane flies overhead and you're like, yeah, it's still the 21st century. And then you have like modern people walking around. And there are people who do like what they call retreats, where they just live in the time period. They'll go to a historic house or they'll camp out, or they'll do a march. And that's great. But again, you always have that caveat of, but we don't know everything. And so the thing with the AI and the thing we see, like, we hate historical films is because people think, oh, The Patriot is very accurate. It is not. Gladiator, very accurate. No. And also, when you get closer to time, like the closer to time periods, the big example is they fed the diary of Anne Frank into an AI, and you can talk to Anne Frank. And I'm like, oh, no, bad. Like, imagine if you're one of Anne Frank's descendants, because she still has living relatives that knew her, people who knew her, when she was alive, or people that were children of people who knew her that was alive. Imagine that. Like, that's horrifying to me. How would you like it if somebody fed all your social media into an AI and had conversations with you and you're still alive, or your kids are still alive, or your relatives are still alive? I'm like, I know this person. And it's, so it's very different. That's like, no, that's why it's like, it's one thing to say, to have it in a generic sense of this is what it's like, but to always have, I want, if you're going to do something like that, the AI to always insist of this is what I think. I'm a representation. We can't know everything. Yeah, this is a huge, huge, huge thing. There's been lots of talk about it on that, and that's why I'd like
We
I
are
need to
very
stand
much
at that.
out of time. I'm
Oh,
so
sorry. Yeah,
sorry.
that's fine. Thank you for popping on. But yeah, if you my beats are up there. If you want to have more conversations or whatever,
Yeah, at the end.
obviously, please do. All right, thanks.
Sorry about interrupting
No
that.
worries, no worries.
Yeah, but we have people lined up with strict time to schedule. So I am very happy now. We will skip our little breaks because we can't have them. So now let me introduce our presenter, Prathap Sekar. Prathap is a visual effect and animation artist who has contributed to Oscar-winning films as the media and design teacher specializing in 3D and product design. He integrates technology to create interactive learning experiences. So with a decade of VFX experience, his credits include The Wandering Earth, Star Wars 7, Captain America, and Oscar-winning Gravity movies. So that is a big lineup. Previously an engineer in product manufacturing, he now develops curricula focus on community impact through design, and he will be sharing his experience of working with students in the middle school to high school levels. So welcome, Prathap, from the other side of the world and middle of the night. So it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Brigita. Thanks, Jeasy. Thanks, Steve and Cathy. It's great to see you all. And I know, so I'm right now in India, and it's like 11 p.m. And but at the same time, I'm super excited to meet you guys and to share the experience that I recently had with Epic tools in my classroom. And let me quickly share my screen to you. All right. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Just give me a thumbs up or, okay, brilliant. Okay. Awesome. So my name is Prathap, and I teach design, MYP, and DP to students in China, in Shenzhen. And I didn't start out as a teacher. And my career started out as a tool and die engineer trainee, where I worked on the workshop floors on CNC machines, designing and manufacturing press tools, injection molds, die casts, jigs and fixtures to create like assembly for car dashboards or the food processor shells and parts for pacemakers. And that is where I developed my interest in 3D modeling. And that took me to the movie studios in London and Mumbai and in Beijing, where I worked with industry studios to create movies like Aquaman, Captain America, The Wandering Earth, and The Gravity as well. And this was the time The Mandalorian was out, and Unreal Engine was amazing in creating those virtual backdrops, the virtual production. And that was the time I was transitioning to education. And when I see my students, or when I saw my students, and I was really, really excited that I could bring all these new technology into the classroom. And I proposed my idea to the school, and they were really, really welcoming the idea, and they let me do that. And so I'm going to quickly share with you how I integrated Epic tools, especially here we're talking about Twinmotion. I also do Unreal Engine and also run classes on 3D modeling. But For this session, we'll just focus on Twinmotion. It's one of my favorite tools, and my students love it. So the first one I'll talk about is curriculum design, how Twinmotion can be integrated within a curriculum. And number two, how you can run an after-school club that could help create amazing backdrops for your own theater productions in your school. And then we'll talk about an art workshop that I recently ran, and for the entire secondary, that's from grade 6 to 12, where they created surreal dreamscapes. And then a fun, really, really impactful project, we call it the community project, where all grade 9 students need to complete. It's like a mandatory project that they have to do. But then the idea comes from the student themselves. So they find a problem, and then they think of a solution, and they go and do that. And in that community project, my students, I was supervising a project, and they created a VR experience, and it all started out with Twinmotion. So I'm really excited to share these with you today. So I'll start first with the curriculum design, and we're talking about toy design, and this is one of my projects. So I've designed 4 unique projects for high school students, grade 9 and 10. And one of the project is contemporary design, where they use CAD program to design a toy, a personalized toy for students in kindergarten. So this is grade 9 students working with the kindergarten students. They're like 5-year-old students, to design and build a toy that the kid likes. So as any good designer, we start with talking to these 5-year-olds. So grade 9 students go to these grade 5 students' classroom and ask, like, what kind of toy do you like to make? And the conversation goes on. We call this the play date with the 5-year-old. And these kids, they draw the design they wanted to play with. And our students ask them questions like they explain the design and what are the features of this design. And once they get a better idea of what the kid wants, then they go back to our classroom and start making different ideas. They start ideating with that sketch. For example, you can see on the left-hand side over here is a kindergarten student's sketch. And as you can see, it's really hard to make sense of this. It's like too much going on, and at the same time, some of the shapes are like really hard to imagine in 3D. So with this 2D sketch, our students in grade 9 think about how this could be converted or transferred into a 3D form. So we kind of run a bunch of lessons on spatial visualization, and with that, our students build a 3D or an isometric, like technically isometric drawing. And from there, they go on to build an orthographic drawing. And again, these two are like technical terms used in engineering design. And an orthographic design is basically you take an object and looking at it from like different views, like left, front, and side, on top and bottom. And the idea behind that, it's a universal language. Like if you have an orthographic drawing, anyone in the world who knows design would be able to produce that and understand that drawing. So it's like a language for designers and manufacturers. So our students go and ideate. So here you can see with the sketch on the left, and then our students in grade 9 have ideated 3 different iterations of that design in orthographic. And from there, they would choose one final design with dimensions. And with this, then they go to start building those. So on the top left, you can see the model, 3D model built using a CAD program called Fusion 360. It's an Autodesk program. It's, again, free for education. So if you're an educator and if you want to build 3D models with precise dimensions, this is a great program. And then they use 3D printers to print them. And this is one of the projects where they completely build everything from scratch. And then we also build other elements of the toy. So some parts are made of wood. So the students use saw, drillers, and laser to complete those parts. And then finally, they go to the assembly stage where they put everything together. And here is the example, the image that I showed you before, where the K5, the 5-year-old's design on the left, and now here is the final design that's 3D printed and ready to play with. And so this is the process our students go through. But then the problem is we finish this, and then we give this toy back to the kid, and the K5 kid takes it, plays it, and then goes back home. And our students don't have anything to show this off. So as a part of the process portfolio, so we take photos of this, we add them into the portfolio, but then it was missing that final finish, the beautified final finish. So what we ended up doing is we used Twinmotion to take the same model built on a CAD program, the Fusion 360 program, and brought it into Twinmotion. We set the environment, add lighting, add colors, and take a nice render, and then use that for presentation purposes. So, so this is just one. We actually created 32 unique models of toys because we had 32 kids in our K5 classroom. So these are all the toys. And this is the Twinmotion render that my grade 9s use to send it to me, so that we can take a nice printout and put it on our classrooms. So here are some of them. And I think this really, really helps. And one thing I wanted to do in the future is to take all these designs and create a portfolio in a way that it can be accessed online, and hopefully maybe add configurations, that the new feature in Twinmotion. So add configurations where then you can choose a year 2025 and then click on the toy design. Then you could select these directly within the Twinmotion presenter. So that'll be really cool. That's something that I'm excited and probably will do in the next iteration of this project. So the final day then is the delivery day with this project. So they take the toys, go back to the kindergarten classroom, and then they show it to the kids. And that's is really fun. So you could see the kids kind of, they are looking at this toy and saying, is this the one because when we started this project, it would be at the beginning of the semester. And then by the time we finished, it takes about 40 hours for us to make. And that would be 4 months. So after 4 months, the kids would have forgotten the actual design they wanted. So when we go and give it back to them, and they are a little bit confused, is this my design or is this somebody else's? But in the end, they all figure out the design that they designed, and they get to play with it. And our students observe how they're playing. And also we print it in white because we wanted the kids to have fun coloring it so that it becomes more personalized for them. So that is one way we use the STEM design project and integrate Twinmotion. Here, again, the focus of the entire thing is presentation is not using Twinmotion as just a tool. It's more of integrating into the current projects that are already happening in the classroom. It's just an additional, an add-on that kind of helps to elevate the project a little bit. So here you can see the model on the left is the second version of the toy design that we ran this year. So it's a Fusion model on the left, and then there's a section view. It kind of shows you the internals of the design. It's the assembly process of the design. And then on the third one is the Twinmotion render, and then the final one over here on the right is the final prototype. That's the photo of the final product. And now I'll talk about Stage Design Club, which is one of my favorite clubs that I run. This happens once in a week. And the idea of this club is to bring students who are interested in design to build backdrops. So think of this as a virtual production club where our students come in and they have an agenda. They have certain criteria that they need to meet to build these backdrops. And these are all connected to the in-school production that we run at our school. So this would be an arts week and a winter concert and different musicals that we run. So for all of these performances, we don't go and download images for the stage backdrops. We make it ourselves. Our students make it. So they are really proud. At the same time, it's a high impact club, because what we do is kind of like finding this closed ecosystem. So we make what we need. So here is some examples. So this is one of our junior choir, and the backdrop for that is again built with Twinmotion. And you can see on the bottom left-hand side of the screen where the students are standing in. And here's another example of this is a Phoenix tribe. It's one of our bands, high school bands, and so they're playing, and then they wanted a fiery Phoenix, so we made this in Twinmotion. Again, Chinese ensemble. You can see on the bottom right, we have the artist or students playing the instruments, and the background is a live dynamic background coming in out of Twinmotion. Again, because these are all like small 10-second renders that I used for this as a loop. But the recent one, we tested something new and it came out really, really well. And I'll show you in the next one. So this over here is a Twinmotion design exported using Datasmith to Unreal Engine, and it's running live. So this past year, 2025, Arts Week, we ran our entire Arts Week concert, just about like 2 hours long, and Unreal Engine was powering the entire backdrops. So it was really, really cool. So we had like about 20-something backgrounds, custom-made backgrounds, all coming in from Twinmotion, exported to Unreal Engine, and then the Unreal Engine was running it directly on stage. So it was really, really fun. So the process of how we did that, let me see if I can show that to you. So we use Miro as our collaborative board, and in Miro, we get the information of what are the different events that's going to happen during that concert, and how long that's going to be, and what is the song, and the description of the song, and we get all of those, and our students take a look at this. Is the club students, the after-school club students, they take a look at that list and they select what they wanted to work on. So again, like there's more agency for them. They choose the ones they wanted to work on. They do a little bit of research, background research, and then they go on to build it in Twinmotion. And also recently we started working with AI for creating models. So finding the models was one of the difficult problems, because Twinmotion has its own library, but then we also can download it from Fab. But what if we don't get the exact model that we wanted in any of the online platforms? Then what we explored was using an AI platform called Meshy. And I'll quickly talk about it in a second, but I'll skip to the next one and I'll get back to Meshy. Right. So the third one I wanted to tell you or talk about is the arts workshop that we did. And the topic was Surreal Dreamscape. And the idea of this is to bring together the entire secondary school. This is, again, grade 6 to 12, and give them an experience in Twinmotion. And that was the main goal. So to go and play, because we integrate this Twinmotion in grade 9 and above, but the 6 to 8 never really had a chance to play with it, except if they are in the after-school club. So what we really wanted was to let them experience like how cool and how fun and how meaningful they can make art within a limited time. So this was a 3-hour workshop for students, and it was built in a way. We went through 3 phases. So the first phase was discover, and in discover phase, they learn about twin motion, and they explore the different aspects of twin motion, and they learn about Meshi, and they also learn about 3D scanning, so that they can take an object in class and then like scan it and add it to their twin motion project. And so that's the discover phase. And then there's a dream phase, and in the dream phase, we play games by connecting different random words. So everyone calls a word, whatever that comes to their mind, and then we put all these words on the board, and then students have to combine these different words together to form an image in their mind, and then describe that. So that kind of helped them to think about how can different objects connect together. And then we also did a meditation. It's a meditation called Power to Create. And with those steps, it's kind of preparing them to think about what they really wanted to make. So that was the dream phase. And then finally, the third phase is the design phase. So in the design phase, they get 1 hour, so 1 solid hour for them, again, individually work on twin motion to create the dreamscape that they wanted to make. So it's like 1 hour of discover, and then 1 hour of dream, and then 1 hour to design. And I want to show you some of the models that they created in this 1 hour. So here is grade 6 students. So these are, again, it was really, really fascinating to see these students. Like, these students have never done anything in 3D, like in terms of creation, or have used twin motion before. Cool. And so this is grade 7 students. Again, haven't used twin motion before. This is their first time trying out. And one of the things with twin motion is that it's so intuitive that, like, you don't really have to teach anything. It's like Canva for 3D. So you go and, like, if you use Canva, you can use twin motion. I tell this to my students. It's a 3D Canva. So you can like drag and drop 3D models, and it's just there. And you have ambience. Play with the weather. It's so intuitive that our students just pick up so quickly. So this is grade 8 students' work. Then we have this is high school. This is grade 9 to 12 combined, I think. Again, these are just some of the images that I'm showing you. So we had like a ton of people working on this. Right. Okay, so now I wanted to talk about one of my favorites, actually. This one was a surprise for me when they approached. Like 3 girls came to me and said, like, we want to make this project, but we weren't very sure how this would be useful, because the project, they called it the Nature's Canvas. And the idea was simple. Like, students are stressed in school, many reasons, and they wanted to create something that helps them to calm down. And that was the idea. And what can we do to calm them down? And when we asked about, like, when they researched about it, they went on to like white noises or pink noise, or having a separate room in the school that they can go and like relax. And then they came across the VR headsets. We have about like 12 Oculus Quest, I think 2 headsets, which are really underused. Like, so they thought of this idea, like, what if we could create a VR experience where students could go into a world, and then they have options to choose from, and experience that. Like so these girls came up with this environment where each one was responsible for making one of the environments. They were like, so this environment has 5 doors in front of us, and each door takes you to a different environment. So one is like a beautiful lake scenery, one is like an indoors inside of a room, one is like a grass fields. So each environment is different. And the best part was they went on to record the sounds from the local area. So we are in Shenzhen, so they went on to the hills, they went to the river to record the sounds of this natural environment in our community or in our city, and then they brought them back in and then added that as the audio in Unreal Engine. So it was really meaningful for them. And it turned out really good. And this was the first time experimenting with VR, from Twinmotion to Unreal Engine to VR. So it was a great experience for all of us. And I want to show you a quick video on this whole process and the environments that they created. And also another part of this community project is the students have to come up with their own success criteria. They have to come up with the skills that they're gonna, this is completely a student, so they come up with pretty much every aspect of this project. So it was really beautiful to see the final outcome of it. And then when the students actually tested it, it was a very positive feedback from the teachers and the other students who have tested it, and it was a really enjoyable experience. So quickly, so that was the project, and we did have our issues and a lot of troubleshooting had to be done. One of the key issues was Twinmotion textures didn't translate really well in Unreal Engine. So that was, especially the landscape was one of the biggest issues. We have like a lot of transparency when it comes down to Unreal Engine using Datasmith. And then many of the foliage had issues, so they were completely lost, or it was like cards, and it wasn't loading properly. So we had to like completely change the foliage and trees in Unreal Engine. So, and then also like figuring out the mechanics, because how do we open the door, and how do we, how do we get the student, like the player, to jump to the next level? So all these were the learning curves, and it was difficult, but at the same time, it was so much fun problem solving these during those days. So that's basically it from me. So that's the 3-4 different ways of integrating Epic tools in education from me. But I also have a bunch of guides that I made specifically for my students, and this is one of them. It says an educator's guide. It's already on site, the Epic. What's the community learning site? But this is a little bit old now. Twinmotion has updated. I think this was done a couple of years back. But it still works well with my students. My students go and check this out when they wanted to figure out how to do things. And we also have some resources on 3D modeling in Maya and Fusion 360 Nuke and stuff like that. And especially made for high school students. So if you think that would be interesting, feel free to go and check out the resource section. And thank you very much.
And thank you very much to you too, to stay up at the night. We absolutely appreciate this. Your students look so professional, the way they are using those tools. So a big kudos to you. And thank you for sharing that all with us and inspiring other educators that they can follow what you are doing. Okay, and so now I'm truly excited to announce our next presenter. So I have the privilege to introduce Cathy Cheo-Isaacs, a Senior Operations Manager on the Education team at Epic Games. She's a passionate advocate for the power of games in education. She is witnessing firsthand the positive impact that playing and creating games has on students, and she's driven by team's mission to empower students and educators with Epic's industry-leading tools. Cathy champions educational programs that span from secondary schools to reskilling professionals in the media and entertainment industry. She's passionate about empowering students to see themselves as creators and opening their eyes to exciting possibilities in interactive 3D design. So, Cathy, sorry for delay, but the screen is yours.
Thank you, Brigita. Hello, everybody. Let me get this screen sharing going. It's funny, I still don't know which one. It's not that one. It's this one. Okay, so I'm going to share this. Sharing this tab too. Okay, so that's good. And then I need this one. Okay. All right, here we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Cathy Cheo-Isaacs, and as Brigita said, I'm an operations manager on the Education, Learning, and Training team. I lead behind-the-scenes initiatives that help our team run smoothly, and I focus on developing learning content and supporting secondary education. And today we're going to talk about building player-to-creator pathways with interactive 3D. I just have to say I'm a little nervous because I usually have a presentation partner, and today's the first time I'm presenting solo in some time. So cross your fingers for me. So anyway, at Epic Games, we make games like Fortnite, Rocket League, and Fall Guys. And we also make a suite of incredible tools for creators like Twinmotion, as Prathap was just talking about, MetaHuman, Reality Scan, and more. And we consider these tools an ecosystem. And at the heart of this ecosystem is Unreal Engine. So we love Unreal Engine because for many reasons. And organizations use this tool for so many things, but 3D creation isn't just about games. And as you can see here, there are so many careers that are powered by Unreal Engine, from product design to film production. So to me, that means that no matter what a student's interest is, whether it is storytelling, animation, fashion, or sneakers, there is a path for them from creative play to real opportunity. So here are some more opportunities or industries where interactive 3D skills are being used. So automotive, architecture, broadcast media, training, simulations. And, we are very driven to help students see themselves not just as consumers of technology, but as contributors to the industries that shape the world. So let's just take a look at media and entertainment as one of these industries. So since 2016, Unreal Engine has powered over 850 TV and film projects, including The Mandalorian, Dune Part 2, Fallout, which I just finished and is so good if you haven't watched it yet. Love, Death, and Robots, and more. And so, you know, students often watch these shows, but they don't realize that they could be part of making them. And, you know, we have an opportunity to guide them there. So a great example of this is Star Wars. So this is one franchise. There are many forms of media, and Unreal was used in its films, its games, virtual production, and even themed metaverse events. So, you know, an artist could take assets that are created for the film and reuse them in all of these other instances. So, you know, this shows how one creative skill set can span a lot of industries. And this is the future that our students can step into. Great. So this is the journey that we're focusing on, from a student who plays games to a student who builds experiences with them. So it starts with play, with titles like Fortnite, Lego Fortnite, and we kind of move them across this pathway to visualization using Twinmotion or Fortnite Creative, and then eventually getting them to use tools like Unreal Editor for Fortnite, Unreal Engine, MetaHuman Reality Scan. And so these tools make the journey accessible so that students can enter at different points based on their interests or their skills. So let's start with a little bit of Fortnite Creative. Like, how could you get students involved here? And actually, let me tell you a little bit about Fortnite before we get started there. So Fortnite is no longer just a game. It has evolved to become an ecosystem where, well, many students are already creators. So a little bit about Fortnite. There are over 500 million registered accounts. Fortnite Chapter 2, Season 4, the finale event, had over 15.3 million concurrent players. And this, I think, is a very, very cool fun fact. Right now, over 60% of players are spending time on islands that are built by other players. So that means that they are playing games that are not built by Epic. And this, I think, is a huge opportunity for learning and agency and, you know, another career path. And, you know, like I keep saying, we have the opportunity to guide students towards these opportunities. So Fortnite is no longer a game. Oh, wait, Fortnite is a sandbox game. So, and sandbox games allow students to create, they support agency, collaboration, and engagement. And you can use sandbox games across the curriculum. We love to say in our house that sandbox games like Fortnite Creative have a low floor and a high ceiling. And I'll say Lego Fortnite as well, which means that students can be successful at any entry point. There's a lot of intrinsic learning that happens with sandbox games. We have the opportunity as educators to meet the students where they are, because they are the experts. You have the opportunity, or we have the opportunity as educators, to model being the learner, right? So, you know, years ago, I used Minecraft in the classroom, or I was like, okay, I need to be brave enough to use this in the classroom. And the kids were, and I always told the kids, you know, I am a better breaker than a builder. And so they were thrilled with that. And every day somebody would come into my office every morning. Oh, Mrs. Cheo-Isaacs, do you know how to do this? Like, no, I don't, but will you show me? And they were thrilled to show me that. And I have one story that, what was I doing? I messed something up and I couldn't figure out how to fix it. So I was like, you know, let me go down to first grade lunch. And sure enough, I had a buddy there that was like, oh, you just do this. And so that I thought was a fun experience. And, you know, here, like I say, we're bringing students as gamers into the classroom, and they have an opportunity to impact a medium they love. And, you know, we get to see this game as a platform instead of just a game. So some of the things that we have available to use Fortnite Creative in the classroom, or Lego Fortnite in the classroom, we have, oh, well, actually, this is just Fortnite Creative. You know, we've developed some lesson plans that integrate Fortnite into computer science classrooms. So these lessons are really easy. They come with a teacher guide, student guide, and they teach computer science concepts like functions, conditional logic, and loops, all while the kids are creating things. So they're aligned to CSTA standards. They're built to be approachable, and you know, you can use them even without any experience in game design. Okay. We also have a series of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals lessons. These are really, really good. I think in all we might have 6 or so up. They were developed with Ben Kelly, who's an amazing educator in Canada, and he's really been doing some great things with Fortnite Creative. With oh, and actually I saw in the chat a question about Chromebooks. He's been using, I want to say, and Steve can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, he's been using Fortnite on Chromebooks with streaming services. Did I do that right, Lum? I think so. He's not saying anything, so yes. I did. All right.
The link in for xbox.com/play, which is what I know Ben uses.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So yeah, so we have 3 of these lessons. I think 3 more that Ben has posted, and you know, it's a great tool for students to, I mean, they're great lessons. Students do research, and then they build a solution inside of the game world. And then we also have some in-game learning experiences. So the Martin Luther King experience is fully playable in-game learning experiences that explores Dr. King's legacy. Students can walk the Washington Mall while Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech is playing on these jumbotrons, and they can learn more about that time through a variety of mini games in the experience. This was developed in conjunction with Time for Kids, and this other person that you see on the slide, his name is Ji Kwano, and this is a young developer who was brought in to help create this experience. And if you get a chance to watch his story on YouTube, it's really pretty incredible. He's one of those kids that was, you know, kind of isolated, stuck to himself, but loved playing games, and then this that love of games turned into this opportunity. So really, really cool. All right, so let's, this is gonna play.
It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. I have a dream today.
Okay, and then there's some great stuff in there, but I saw like a gallery. Just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Whoops, we're not going to talk about that. All right, next, you know, in the pathway is Unreal Editor for Fortnite. And this tool was just released maybe, I think 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Really, really powerful. Kelly's been talking about it in the chat, and I think that there's a challenge right now to build a game with the Lego team. So fun. But just so you know a little bit about Unreal Editor for Fortnite, or also known as UEFN. This is a tool that they're powerful creative tools. You know, you can start building on a console in Fortnite Creative and then move to UEFN on a PC for more advanced controls. You know, it opens up a lot of possibility. Like you can make cinematic shots, you can do visual effects, you can animate, and you can build terrain. And I think the coolest thing about Unreal Editor for Fortnite, so you can bring your own assets into Fortnite and collaborate in real time. And there's also a scripting language called Verse, which is new and very versatile. So just some examples, another example of learning content that was built in Unreal Engine for Fortnite. This is the Pyramids of Giza, and I guess I'll play this. Tell me if the volume is too loud. And I'll just talk over a little bit. So, you know, no talking over it because I was engaged by the video. But this is a great example of, I mean, if you notice, there are assets and there are artifacts that were brought into Fortnite. This was created with an Egyptian historian, so it's accurate. And the team that built it is preloaded. And there's a lesson plan, and that's the Fortnite Island code. So this is a pretty cool experience. There's also, oh, not that. Okay, we also have a lesson plan on called the Boba Shop, and this is a great starting point for students who are new to 3D modeling in UEFN or anything. In this project, they're going to create a small boba shop scene from scratch using the modeling tools in UEFN, and they're going to learn how to build a variety of objects, like furniture, appliances, decor, and then apply materials and textures to make them their own. And this is taught by a couple, Kristen and Christopher Main, who are really just fantastic teachers and users of Unreal and UEFN. Now to the gallery, you know, there was a gallery in the Martin Luther King experience. This project I love. So J.D. Williams, he's an educator in Arizona. He uses UEFN for his district's annual art show. So, you know, after the art show, he creates this experience, and this can then be shared with relatives and friends who were unable to attend the art show. And I think the coolest thing about this is that it's even displayed front and center at the district office. So I think that that's pretty cool. So gallery, let's just take a peek at it. Okay, we won't watch 10 minutes of it. Yeah, so JD, he scans all of the artwork and then brings it all into UEFN for this art walk. Okay, and I think you get the idea, so we'll stop that. Which brings us to our virtual exhibit learning kit. So if you wanted to make your own, or have your students make their own exhibit or gallery, this is a great place to start. This gives students the tools to curate and build a museum-like experience. So, you know, this environment is already, is what comes with the kit. And what they'll do is they'll learn how to import models, add context with signs and narration, and publish their work. So it's like a project that blends, you know, let's say, this one looks like it was art, Italian art or something, great artists. So they could do the research, they would design, and then it's an opportunity for storytelling as well. You know, we like to think that game engines, well, game engines are shaping how we build, design, learn, and connect. And students are going to be part of that future. So let's chat about our last. So let's bring them up to using Unreal Engine. So if you're interested as an educator, we have training, curriculum, and a lot of classroom supports. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to be brave enough to give students the space to try. Like with Fortnite Creative, we have a series of computer science lessons kind of modeled after the Hour of Code. These are aligned with CSTA standards. And what the lessons do is they'll teach students how to build a simple 3D game while introducing core concepts like loops, variables, and UI logic. And it's really easy to implement. They all come with a student guide, teacher guide, and lesson plans. And, I think that you could even use any of these lessons on their own. So the first lesson is on collision and learning about the importance of collision in a game and in this engine. So you're building almost like a platformer. So when I did this, I thought, oh my gosh, you could just take this first lesson, have the kids go through it, and then, Steve always said in his classroom, and I took it on too when I took on his classroom, if the kids finish, you tell them, okay, well, hey, I'm done. Well, build something cool, like make it cool or make it better. And there's just so many opportunities, and because this project is so open-ended. And those are available on the EDC, the Epic Developer Community. Let's go here. We also have a series called Unreal Futures, Careers in Real Time. And so this is a series for students to explore careers in 3D creation. They all start with a kickoff video, some information about careers available, behind the scenes, an advice video by people in industry, and then a student project. The videos, tutorials, and free assets, they're all part of what comes with the series, and students will walk away with a piece of work that they can include in their portfolios. So the first one is careers in advertising. And, oh, nope. Careers in advertising. And, in this course, the students learn about the advertising industry and how people are using Unreal there and how it's transforming their workflows. So in this lesson, they create an Oreo cookie ad. So I learned from this lesson, and now I'm obsessed with this, that there are over 80 varieties of Oreo cookie out in the world. So in the past, it would take filming a commercial would take filming the scene and doing it 80 times. But now what you can do is you can just swap this asset with the different varieties of packaging, and it's one shot and saving time, 80 different commercials. So just as a side, my obsession with these Oreo cookies, every time we travel, I go straight to the grocery store and I'm like, what kind of Oreo cookies are there? And I have, take a picture of them anyway. So fun. You can we also have a series called Careers in Fashion, where students will follow along with the YouTube influencers and build their own virtual fashion shoot with Unreal Engine. Yeah, this is pretty amazing. You saw earlier that there was a sneaker. I mean, there are many fashion companies that are using Unreal and building virtual fashion shows, using it for just like with the Oreos, swapping outfits in their catalogs and whatnot. And then our last module in the series is focused on animation. And in the project, like the others, they're learning from a team of artists, animators, and technical experts, and in this case, from Disney and Real Effects Studios. And in the end, they will use these very cute assets to produce their own animated scene. And the characters, they're fully rigged. All of the blend shapes are included, and it's a really great experience. So fun. We have a Rube Goldberg learning kit. So this project also comes with all the assets, and students can use it to build a chain reaction machine in Unreal Engine. It's a great opportunity to teach physics, cause and effect, iterations, and systems thinking. And we also host an annual contest with the So the students can take the assets and they can place them wherever and manipulate them using Unreal Engine. And for this, I think this might have been Feed a Pet. I don't remember. I think it was. Or knock over 10 bowling pins. And this year, the challenge was to feed a pet in Unreal, and the 2026 details are coming soon. So great, incredible tools. And here's a term that all educators love. There is no charge for education. So almost everything I've shown you, the tools, the learning kits, the software, the teacher guides, these are all available at no charge for educators. And our mission is to democratize creation, and that starts in the classroom. So if you are interested in any of the educational resources that I mentioned, you can scan the QR code. And I think that I don't remember if this goes to, we can get them to you. So I've just added at the end here my contact information, and Steve, my partner, my presenting partner, in case you want to get in touch with us. So yeah. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. And thanks, Steve, for being the man in the shadow. And he really did a great job supporting all these links and supplying us with all the links. So that was really good. Absolutely love your presentation, because it really shows in a nutshell the possibilities and opportunities. And as you said, it's all for free for educators. The only problem is really we need to have fairly strong hardware to manage the engine. But in general, there's so much opportunities for students to work in those areas and with that software. So it's just great. So thank you very much for your time, which you've taken it from your free holiday in time, but much appreciated for joining us. Is there anyone who has any questions? No? We will check through the stream. Do we need a little break? Does anyone wants to show the thumbs up? Do we need breaks, or shall we just roll on? Okay, quick 5 minutes break. So sorry, let's just grab a glass of water or cup of coffee or tea or whatever. So just 5 minutes. I will make it even shorter. 2:30 we are back straight. Okay, thank you. Okay, it was a very short break, so hopefully people had enough time to grab something. So I think we'll have to move on. So I'm going to introduce our next presenter. So Robert Majoch, or known as Bobby, is a filmmaker, 3D artist, and educator who merges cinematic storytelling with real-time technology. With master's degree in philosophy, Bobby brings a unique lens to world building, identity, and the emotional logic of digital environments. His award-winning short film Requited has won an award on every major continent, and his creative work spans virtual production, animation, and immersive design. Bobby is an instructor at Georgia State University's Creative Media Industries Institute, where he teaches Unreal Engine and helps students develop polished, portfolio-worthy environments using industry-standard tools like Blender and Unreal Engine. He's also a frequent panelist for talks on artificial intelligence and creativity, offering insight into the evolving relationship between human imagination and emerging technologies. So thank you, Bobby, for coming on board, and you are having some practical kind of lesson for us. And also, I just want to say, so now we are looking at how we can use these specific tools more at the tertiary education. Bobby,
Yeah.
all yours.
Thank you, Brigita. Thank you, Jeasy, for having me today. Can you just allow my screen share? It's just not allowed. It says I'm not allowed to share the screen right now. You can just allow the permissions. But I've really enjoyed the presentation so far. Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me share some tabs here. So thank you for that great introduction. So just to kind of follow, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I went to Emory University. That's where I got my bachelor's degree in philosophy. Then I moved to Los Angeles. I lived there for 10 years. I did a professional program in screenwriting and producing at UCLA. I received my master's in philosophy. Then I actually did some music programs. I did music licensing. So I jumped from kind of discipline and topic. I love having like a lot of different interests. And now since 2022, I'm at Georgia State. I've taught 3 courses there: pre-visualization and narrative. I co-taught an entrepreneurship class, and I taught level design, which I'll be teaching again in the fall. I'm also receiving my MFA there, and it's in digital filmmaking. And before I kind of get into that, I want to talk about my master's degree in philosophy. My master's thesis was centered on the belief that philosophy should serve a practical and pragmatic purpose. So kind of everything I do kind of stems from that thesis. Take the same approach to virtual production. I try and be practical. I don't have a technology background. Like I said, I have 2 philosophy degrees. So when I went into the master's program, I have a marketing company, so I've been doing some marketing. But what I really wanted to do was to just expand my brand and my reach with using Unreal. And if you want to, you can go to my website, www.jochmajor.com. That's why it says Joch Major is my company. JOCHMAJOR.com. It's got a reel. It connects to my Instagram account. You can kind of see some of my work there. Like narrative, doing music videos, that type of stuff. And I just love using Unreal for any purpose. For me, like we've seen some of the presenters talk about, students just go in there and kind of explore and like to have fun. I use it for that. I make art, I make music videos, I make films. And I try and, even make kind of like 3D exhibits. Like as you see here, I'm kind of working on a 3D exhibit of all my work where you can go and kind of see some of the stuff I've done, art, films. I've made a first-person shooter level just for fun. And my approach, like I said, is practical. I don't plan on learning, the entire engine as few can do. It's so vast. And I take that approach with any software. Since I've started, I've learned Substance Painter. I actually started in Blender. I've learned a little bit Marvelous Designer. And my approach is always just to take the essentials, to be practical about it. I'm not a 3D modeler, but I am giving a presentation on how I use Blender to kind of supercharge my Unreal workflow. and how, yeah, right here on screen, you can see from my first person shooter level. But when I teach my students, you know, I try and just give them the essentials. And one of the reasons Jesse and I work so well together, Jesse and I have worked in some projects, we've done some virtual sets for national broadcast, is we think, you know, let's work smart, not hard. And I love that mantra. And that's always the aim. So what I want to show you now is kind of how I use Blender to, you know, get some cool results in my Unreal projects. So some people I think have used Blender a lot, maybe some haven't, but this kind of interface, I know maybe we're coming from like a game background, people use Unreal, Fortnite editor, Unity, and you know, Blender it's a lot different than Unreal. We're not using WASD to move around. It's a little bit more kind of a plain setup when you see it before. You know, really when you open Unreal, you can have a full world, you can move around in it. And a lot of people, when they hear about Blender, they think, you know, modeling, like I'm going to model something. And like I'm showing you here, sure, you can do that. You can make your subdivisions, you can edit things. But what I really use it for are the plugins, because every software has their plugins. They have their marketplaces, just like Unreal Engine. You know, a lot of the students, they jump into Unreal and they go on Fab and they just go to the free assets and they just download all those. And why not? It's a great idea. If you're trying to make a scene, you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So that's what I'm using other software to do. And that's basically my approach with anything and what I try and teach the students. And so you'll see here, what's being presented is a free asset plugin in Blender called Blender Kit. And you can just go to the website, you can install it. Blender plugins are really easy to install, even if you've never used the software. You just download a zip file and you add it in. And as you can see here, basically, there's just all these free assets. And I've filtered it on the search by free assets. And there's assets, there's materials. I think there's like HDRI maps. It's really cool. And you can see here in Blender, we have a different rendering system than Unreal, obviously, but in Unreal, we're usually going between Lumen and Path Tracer, but in Blender, we're going between EV or Cycles, and Cycles is like their path tracing rendering engine, and that's what I'm showing here. So even just from the perspective of seeing things in a different light, literally, that's what I'm doing here. Sometimes maybe I'll bring assets into Blender. I want to see what it looks like through their rendering system. And like I'm showing you here, these aren't, you know, cheap, low-grade assets. I mean, this Bugatti asset I pulled in is really an amazing asset, and it looks great. And towards the end, I'll show you what this looks like in Unreal Engine. And, you know, there's a little bit, I think the hardest part about this whole process is just the importing and the exporting process. And that can be taught. It's just knowing which boxes to check. I think a lot of us know from using Unreal Engine, sometimes the problem is a check mark, and it just takes somebody who's used the software for a while to show you what that is. So right here, for example, I've just pulled in some light fixtures, and you'll see in Unreal later when I pull these in. But, you know, I could go to Fab, I could go to Sketchfab is still up, I could go to CG Trader, but these are assets that I know are curated, and that's really what you're getting. You know, when you go into the Unreal universe, you're working with other Unreal artists, and you know their judgment, they know what looks good, and that's what Blender Kit is. It's a curated set of assets. And just like when I just recently started using Marvelous Designer, and I couldn't even design a shirt in that software. But what I can do is go to the store and buy an outfit for $3, and it looks amazing, and I just import it into Unreal Engine. So that's the same thing what I'm doing here. I'm getting free assets, and I'm just playing around with them. And you know, you can see here, like I said, you can still use, of course, I don't know how to 3D model that well, but I'm showing you here, I'm just kind of playing around, subdividing, just seeing things people have done online, you know, looking at tutorials. And, you know, the majority of my instruction when I teach my courses isn't tutorials from YouTube, but I always include them because, you know, if somebody's making a certain look or a certain kind of angle of something I want to do, that's what I look for. And that's kind of where I've learned a lot of my strategies and tactics here. And like I said, here I'm just kind of messing around, subdividing, and seeing things in a different light is important. And that's, one thing Jeasy always says is, we're not teaching people how to, use tools. We're teaching kind of strategies. I don't want to, when someone takes my class, they're not just going to learn how to use Unreal Engine. That's primarily what I teach. Level design is almost entirely in Unreal, but I'm teaching them methods, and whatever method I teach in Unreal Engine, I want that same student to go to Blender, like I said, to go to Substance Painter, to go to Marvelous Designer, and incorporate that same method. So this is very similar. I'm just applying textures. I'm going in to the shader model, the shader tab here, and just kind of like changing them a little bit. And no matter if it's the same material, it's a different system, and you're always going to get different looks. So that's why the title of the talk is basically suggesting that this is going to supercharge your workflow and students' workflows too, because if you're going into different softwares and you're going to their marketplaces and you're going to their curated set of plugins and tools, you're going to get some of the best stuff. And really, I think when people start using Unreal Engine, they're always they have a set idea of what they want to do, but unfortunately, there's certain things that look better than others. Like when we use Unreal, we like to use Quixel assets because they're made in tandem with the developers of Epic Games, and they look amazing. So same thing with Blender. We're trying to play to the strengths of Blender and see how to utilize its assets, because Blender has some good geometry nodes. It has some really good, the structure of it is amazing, and that's what we're trying to utilize. So I'm going to show you just a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to go to my next tab here. So that was the Blender kit. Now what I want to show you is one of my favorite plugins. It's called Starship Generator. And this is really cool because it's just like the name says, it generates starships, and it's just easy as clicking a button. Like you just click to generate a seed and you have a spaceship. And it's, you can subdivide it. And like I said, even if for people, I'm not a modeler, but I know what subdividing is. And the modeling tools in Unreal Engine have gotten really amazing and really awesome. And I find myself using Blender less and less for modeling, but this is what I use it for. I use it for the plugins. And this is really, really amazing plugin. And it's just for students, they could easily go in this, install the plugin, and it's not an expensive plugin. I mean, it's not free, but it's a lot of the plugins on Blender are pretty affordable. Blender is a free software, and it's made by, there's a really passionate community, and a lot of people share assets. There's a lot of free plugins too that are incredible, but some of these are just awesome. And like I said, if I'm in Unreal Engine working for a long time, maybe I'll just go to Blender just to see things differently. Like I said, literally in a new light, and just play around. And this is what I usually do. My workflow is I'll kind of, mess around in here for a little bit. I'll take this into Substance, and then I'll kind of just play around with that too. And I think, from my background, like I said, the reason I've kind of shared my master's thesis is because philosophy is a highly interdisciplinary field, and we try and, overlap science and medicine and anything. We're kind of taking approaches, and that's always been my approach. I'm trying to look at as many different things as possible. I use a lot of different music software too, and that makes me think in a different way. And yeah, as you can see here, like just during this presentation, like how many different spaceships have we created? Like I said, we can subdivide them. There's a lot of different things you can do. You can extrude faces, and then once you've created the spaceship, you can apply the modifiers, and then, do a little bit of modeling on your own. Just like I said, simple stuff, just kind of changing things, taking them out. And within Blender, like I was talking about, their materials, they have their own system. And as you can see here, with the way their material system is set up, the creators of this plugin have created a material chain. And you can see this material chain here. This is built into the plugin. This is very complicated. And like we said, if you're new to this, there's no way you're going to build this unless you get really, really deep into Blender. But that's not my aim. I'm just trying to take all the best parts of it, and this is already pre-made, and I can just go and maybe do a few tweaks. I mean, the creators of this plugin, they've put the entire software playlist on YouTube. If you want to just go in there, take a look. Hey, how do I change this? You can see here what they've done is they've created a map with little parts of emissions, little squares that are like windows. This is all mapped out. And even if, when you're making spaceships in Blender, there's plugins just to create displacement maps. You know, there's texture generators that this texture, like I said, that the creators have generated has some texture to it, but also, like I said, some emission, some to make it look like there's windows. You can do the same thing by just doing it all in the material. You don't have to shape this. And like I said, maybe coming from Unreal Engine, it's not something we would have necessarily thought of, but working in a different software, even at the most basic understanding of it, makes us think in a different way. So that's what I think supercharging your workflow is. And here's another one. So I'm using Blender Kit to just find a material. Like I love the materials in Unreal Engine. I love all the Quixel mega scans, textures. They have all this amazing scan marble. And like I said, Blender has their own set of marble textures that I'm going to drag in, and I can export these textures too into Unreal Engine. And what I want to show you here is I'm basically just making a marble floor. And one of the other plugins I have is the Mega Fleet, which is an entire library of luxury cars, supercars, you know, Bentleys, all sorts of stuff. And they look amazing, and they're so detailed, and they're just so beautiful. And Blender has a really incredible render engine. I mean, you could make your own film in there if you wanted to, but for myself, the whole point of Unreal is using the real-time workflow. So I just want to utilize the best of everything. I don't really see as many good cars in the Unreal marketplace. I see some pretty cool ones, but Blender, there is die-hard car automobile fans who their full-time job is to make cars, and so that's why I'm going there. If I want cars, I'm going to the Blender universe and finding one there. And like you said, this plugin, the car is rigged for you. You can change, you know, add custom colors. You can have metallic paint. You can have more matte paint. And I'm going here between EV and cycles, and you can see the difference in the lighting. And here, I'll be kind of changing the lighting around a little bit. I'll be getting some different cars. Like I said, Bugatti. I'm a big car fan, so this is kind of, it's not just cars and spaceships. That's where my interests lie. But what pretty much anything you want, there is such a vast community in the Blender space. And you can see here, once I go to cycles, we get some nice reflections here. We get some really cool looks. And like I said, Blender, very similar to Unreal. You know, I'm just moving around lights. I'm moving around cameras. It's just a really awesome kind of software just to play around in. And if you know Unreal, if you mess around with any game engine, they're all the same. You know, you can go from project to project. So just kind of, like I said, just getting inspired, just trying to look at different angles in here. It's never going to look the same. No software is going to look exactly the same. You can add cameras in Blender, of course. And here, I'm just tiling materials like I would in Unreal Engine. You know, this is just for those people who have never stepped foot in Blender. Very similar. It's not too crazy. Like I said, I have a philosophy background. I started using 3D software maybe a year before I started at Georgia State. Okay, so now I will show you some of these assets and how they look in Unreal Engine. Okay, so now jumping into Unreal Engine. So this is just a scene I have. So I'm just going to pause my video here. So what I have here is I have just a big mech asset I got from the Blender universe. Then I'm combining things. Like I said, it's really the combination of assets that gives a unique look. Because if you know, if you're a really deep Unreal user, you're going to say, okay, I know that Quixel Megascan's concrete. I know that Quixel Megascan's brick, but you haven't seen this neon sign ever because I created in Blender there's a neon sign generator where I'm literally just using fonts. I'm using different assets to create neon signs. So it's the combination that I think is interesting. And like I said, from my background in philosophy, I think that's what generates new ideas, new synthesis. It's bringing it's interdisciplinary, it's different ideas. So I think it's so interesting to combine different programs. And I'll just keep this going, but these Lamborghinis, they're from the mega fleet, like I was showing you before. And the only thing I had to do was I went into Unreal Engine and I used their free automotive materials because those materials are optimized for Unreal Engine. So I'm going to use those. That's all I had to do. I just had to kind of swap some of these out. And you can see the glass looks great. The the headlights look great here. And some of the other assets here are like, I use these G-Wagons. I could import the Bugatti if I wanted to. The lights I showed you too, they are, I'm going to refresh this. I think I got a little bottlenecked. I could import the, like I was saying, the Bugattis, but I have the lights in here. This is just a close-up of some of the assets. So on the floor here, we have, that's one of the the lights I had. So I'm jumping around a little bit because I think my feed froze. Here's a close-up. That was the light that you saw from Blender Kit. Just had to assign 2 different materials. That's it. One emission, one like a metallic. Then you can go in here. So when the asset comes in, because it's rigged, it comes in as a skeletal mesh. But all I did was convert it to a static mesh, and then I can just multiply it. I mean, I have scenes with just cars, on top of cars, just so much. And like I said, here I'm optimizing the volumetric fog. I have my exponential height fog here. And I'm just kind of, using the best of all worlds. And, if you need recommendations, you can ask me for plugins. But my go-tos are the Mega Fleet, the Starship Generator, and the procedural or the neon sign generator, because that's what I use all the time. And like I said, even if I come in and the materials are broken, even if they're not broken, I'm going to use the Unreal materials because they're just optimized. And that's, like I said, I'm going to use the Blender workflow when I have to. And yeah, and it's I think it's really easy to pick up. I think I have maybe like 1 or 2 minutes. I don't know if anybody, I can keep talking if anybody wanted to ask anything. I'm just kind of looking through the chat if there was anything. Yeah, Brigita, you were saying, I wonder how many creatives use Blender. I was kind of wondering the same thing. I think a lot of people should. It's just, like I said, I use like 5 different softwares. I use Unreal, Blender, Substance Painter, Marvelous Designer, even ZBrush in the most basic way. I just buy brushes off ArtStation and I use them in there.
Yes, that was a great idea to show us how to kind of get the best of both worlds together and how you are combining it. And obviously, I know I had a chance to see your movies, and it was really impressive. So I think that's a very smart way to do it. As you said, smarter, not harder. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and do we have anyone else with any other question? Or shall we just move on? Okay, so Jeasy is sending question for everyone in a chat. So what I will do, thank you, Bobby. That was really insightful, and I would say shows one of our original and creative approaches that people should kind of think about as well. And I know that you had a lot of success with your students with that. So now we are going then to shift to the our next presenter, who is Jeasy Sehgal. And he is an internationally acclaimed filmmaker and emerging technology specialist with expertise in film, motion capture, AR, VR, MR solutions and simulations, animation, and game development. His research focuses on the empathic and emotional responses in digital humans and interactive virtual production. His innovative spirit led to the establishment of Virtual Production Dojo, which offers industry-specific hands-on training and talent development for the screen and gaming industry, focusing on virtual production methodologies. In academia, Jeasy is focusing on developing and teaching the Master of Fine Arts program in digital filmmaking, virtual production, and visual effects at Creative Media Industries Institute at Georgia State University. So Jeasy is going to share today a little bit of his thoughts on application in tertiary education. Jeasy, screen is yours.
Thanks, Brigita. And hi, everyone. I've been rather active in the chat, and now I can have my screen on. So I'm going to bring up my presentation. You all can see my presentation, I presume. Awesome. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeasy Sehgal. I'm Professor of Practice in Virtual Production and VFX at Georgia State University, founder of Virtual Production Dojo, New Zealand's inaugural Unreal Gold Authorized Training Center, and Graphic Monk Productions, a multidisciplinary production house. Over the next 25 minutes, and I'll try to stick to the timing, we'll explore the transformational potential of game engines, particularly Unreal Engine, as an educational medium that converges storytelling, immersive technology, and real-time workflows. What we'll explore today is not just the use of game engines in the classroom, but a paradigm shift in how we engage students, empower creativity, and prepare talent for the industry that increasingly blends linear, interactive, and virtual experiences. My presentation draws on research, fieldwork, and direct implementation in both academic and professional training environments. So this is just a little bit about me. I should have changed the slide. I'm also a Unreal Engine Gold Authorized Instructor Partner and an Animation Fellowship Fellow. Here's just a little clip of the fellowship training that I did with Epic Games. So to understand the moment we are in, we must look back. In the early 2000s, platforms like Second Life and Habbo Hotel pioneered social interaction in virtual spaces. These environments were limited graphically but revolutionary in form, offering persistent presence, basic economies, and identity experimentation. Fast forwarding to the 2010s and the advent of affordable VR headsets like Oculus Rift and HTC Vive initiated the second wave, immersive embodied experiences in gaming, simulation, and education. We moved from screen-based engagement to spatial immersion. Today, the term metaverse, though highly contested, reflects an emerging convergence of XR, blockchain, AI, and virtual spaces. For educators, this evolution presents both opportunity and responsibilities. How do we create environments that are not only technologically impressive, but also socially and pedagogically sound? Unreal Engine is no longer just a game development tool. It's a pedagogical framework that fundamentally reshapes how students engage with knowledge, creativity, and technical problem solving. Empirical research confirms that immersive, experiential learning environments, particularly those built around interactivity and creation, lead to dramatically higher knowledge retention, sometimes up to 75% or more than conventional lecture-based formats. This has substantial implications for how we structure classrooms in the 21st century. Beyond retention, immersive environments built in Unreal Engine foster deeper engagement in STEAM fields by blending technical learning with creativity. Students are not just absorbing content any longer, they are constructing, simulating, and storytelling. This process cultivates cognitive flexibility, spatial reasoning, and digital fluency, which are critical skills in the evolving media and technology landscapes. Instead of passively learning about architecture through textbook diagrams, students can now design and walk through their own virtual buildings, experiencing scale, light, texture, and structure from within. In cinematography, they do not simply analyze existing scenes, but create their own lighting plans, camera rigs, and narrative beats using virtual cameras in real-time environments. So what makes Unreal Engine particularly powerful is its capacity to support multimodal, project-based, and peer collaborative learning. Students take ownership of their education by solving real-world problems in simulated contexts. It promotes iterative development. They test ideas, receive immediate feedback, revise, and optimize within the same session. The current model of media education often emphasizes theory at the expense of practice. Traditional instructions isolate students into disciplinary silos. Film students study directing and editing in one department. Game design students focus on mechanics and coding in another, and animation or VFX are handled separately. This separation does not reflect the increasingly hybrid workflows of today's creative and tech industries. In addition, outdated equipment, long rendering cycles, and limited hands-on access to contemporary tools contribute to a gap between classroom instruction and industry needs. Faculty and teachers often struggle to stay current with rapidly evolving pipelines in real-time media, particularly as their own training may not have included these tools. Budget constraints, on the other hand, also hinder the acquisition of new tools and training, while long feedback loops and traditional production timelines make it difficult for students to fail fast, iterate, and develop mastery in the way that modern agile workflows demand. To remain relevant, we must reimagine our teaching models. We need real-time, cross-disciplinary framework where iteration is instant, feedback is constant, and students are not only content consumers, but creators. Game engines provide precisely this: shared production environments where artists, engineers, and storytellers collaborate in real time, reflecting the professional pipelines of top-tier studios. This is not just a software update, people. It's a pedagogical revolution. Unreal Engine powers experiences across a wide spectrum of industries, and its adaptability makes it a cornerstone for innovation beyond entertainment. In education, it enables immersive interactive simulations that go far beyond passive visualization, allowing learners to manipulate, experience, and interact with abstract or high-stake concepts. In historical context, Unreal Engine facilitates digital reconstructed environments that are both accurate and emotionally resonant. Learners can walk through ancient Mesopotamian cities or witness pivotal events from within photorealistic reconstructions, guided by curated narratives that merge historical scholarship with immersive engagement. In scientific research and STEM education, Unreal provides an unparalleled platform for modeling complex dynamic phenomena, from molecular biology to fluid mechanics and astrophysical simulations. Scientists and students can and are building explorable models of otherwise intangible systems, leveraging visualization as an epistemological tool. Unreal Engine's visual scripting system, or blueprints, represents a pedagogical breakthrough. It democratizes the development for non-programmers. Artists, filmmakers, educators, and designers can now build interactivity and logic-driven simulation without needing to write traditional codes. This opens a gateway for creative professionals to experiment, prototype, and realize complex ideas autonomously. In an educational context, this translates into um, immediate iterations. Students aren't waiting for a programmer to execute their ideas any longer. They're building the logic themselves. Real-time rendering complements this by collapsing the feedback loop. Instead of exporting and rendering for hours, students see results instantly now. This encourages experimentation and instills a mindset of iterative refinement, where creative decisions can be tested, evaluated, and evolved dynamically. This means students are not only learning creative problem solving, but also becoming fluent in the very tool required by today's job market. Graduates emerge with technical fluency, interdisciplinary literacy, and production-ready portfolios. Curriculum integration must be strategic and future-focused. For example, at CMII at Georgia State University, we scaffolded Unreal Engine throughout the MFA in Digital Filmmaking, Virtual Production, and VFX curriculum. Students begin by learning foundational real-time production skills, realm crafting, level design, animation sequencing, and anatomical morphology for creating empathic digital humans. These fundamentals are then layered into advanced cinematic workflows, culminating in thesis projects that synthesize artistic vision, research inquiry, and technical execution using real-time methodologies. A signature case study of this integration is the university-wide real-time virtual production professional development program that I designed and lead for interdisciplinary faculty at the university. This initiative convenes educators from departments as diverse as public health, anthropology, history, education and pedagogy, criminal law, international business, and computer science doctoral programs. These faculty members are not media producers by training, yet they are drawn to the expressive, interactive, and spatial storytelling possibilities offered by Unreal Engine. Participants engage in a scaffolded sequence of workshops, beginning with real-time world building and progressing to virtual cinematography, character interaction, and simulation logic. In the process, they develop pilot projects tailored to their instructional context. Metahumans take character embodiment to a whole new level. Students learn to direct, animate, and even become digital actors, exploring performance capture, emotional nuance, and virtual cinematography. These high-fidelity digital humans offer new pathways for experiential learning and expression, but they also compel us to interrogate the social, ethical, and cognitive implication of immersive identity construction. This work aligns with my ongoing research at CMII on Vivience, an AI-powered framework for emotionally intelligent digital humans. Vivience explores how virtual actors can recognize, respond to, and simulate human emotional states in real time, opening new frontiers in storytelling, mental health simulation, and digital therapeutics. We've integrated the system to prototype emotionally reactive performances. As these technologies evolve, we must engage in ethical questions around data privacy, consent, and psychological safety. How do we safeguard identity and expression in the metaverse? How do we ensure inclusive representation in avatar creation? And how do we mitigate potential psychological effects in prolonged immersion in emotionally charged virtual spaces? Game engine storytelling cultivates a comprehensive skill set required for thriving in today's media-rich, multidisciplinary, and collaborative industries. At its core, this method builds iterative problem-solving skills. Students encounter technical and narrative challenges and learn to test, refine, and improve these components clinically. This mirrors the agile feedback-oriented workflows used in real-world studios, especially in game development, VFX, and virtual production environments. Importantly, this education is not hypothetical or theoretical. Our graduates leave with robust, industry-aligned portfolios. These often include fully playable interactive levels, cinematic trailers, ICVFX sequences, and digital human performances prototypes. They demonstrate technical proficiency, creative ingenuity, and an ability to think both systematically and artistically. These are not just assets, they are career-launching artifacts. The ecosystem of real-time education is expanding well beyond the confines of traditional media production. One of the most exciting areas of expansion is the integration of game engine technologies into non-media disciplines such as medicine and engineering. Medical schools are beginning to use real-time 3D simulation in Unreal Engine to teach surgical procedures, anatomy, and patient interaction. Similarly, engineering programs are now exploring real-time visualization of structural mechanics, environmental systems, weather methodologies, and robotic simulations to reinforce theory through immersive prototyping. In K-12 education, simplified interfaces for Unreal Engine are being explored to introduce computational thinking, spatial literacy, and creative storytelling to younger learners. As we've heard from our colleagues already, these approaches provide early exposure to design thinking and collaborative skills that are crucial for future-ready students. At the research level, we are investigating digital human performances with emotional and empathic responses through projects like Vivian's, which I'm spearheading as the principal investigator. This research emphasizes the need to humanize interaction in virtual context and applies to areas ranging from therapy simulation to narrative design. Pedagogically, immersive learning is being studied for its effectiveness in knowledge retention, motivation, and inclusivity. By enabling embodied learning, we create deeper cognitive and emotional resonance. We are not merely witnessing a technological evolution. We are participating in an epistemological shift. The convergence of real and virtual worlds is fundamentally redefining the way we teach, learn, tell stories, and envision our futures. This moment compels us to think beyond content delivery. We are shaping the architecture of cognition and culture in immersive real-time environments. By integrating tools like Unreal Engine into our pedagogy, we transition from passive consumption to active co-creation. We are not just enhancing engagement, we are building the capacity for system thinking, experiential problem solving, and transdisciplinary exploration. In doing so, we empower students to become authors of their own knowledge, architects of virtual experiences, and agents of cultural production. Whether we are simulating conflict resolution in criminal law, enabling embodied empathy through digital humans in mental health training, or reconstructing historical environments for archaeology and anthropology, these tools offer profound affordances across the spectrum of academic inquiry and civic engagement. As educators and researchers, our mandate is to use these technologies with intentionality and as philosophical instruments of critical inquiry, narrative possibility, and emotional resonance. They challenge us to ask deeper questions about identity, equity, embodiment, and ethics within the digital sphere. Thank you for joining me in this exploration. I invite your questions, your perspective, and your continued collaboration as we co-author the future of immersive education and virtual storytelling. Together, let's embrace and ethically shape this digital frontier.
Thank you, Jeasy. It was insightful and maybe also thought-provocative. What we want to do with with the future of education and how it can be applicable on tertiary level. So now we are at the point for the last presentation of today. So now I have to introduce myself. So I'm
Allow
passionate.
me to introduce you.
Yeah. So I'm passionate advocate for game-based learning and immersive education. With a background in science and STEM education, I combine curriculum expertise with digital innovation. So as academic director at Virtual Production Dojo, I blend future-focused curriculum design with real-world industry workflows to empower the next generation of creators in virtual production, animation, and immersive storytelling. My expertise includes agile learning, design thinking, and experiential education, and all grounded in strategic leadership and hands-on production experiences. I'm on a mission to empower teachers and students through creative tools like Lego, Fortnite, UEFN, and Unreal Engine. And as I already shared links before in my in the feed, you can go and see some of the places where I have lessons, where I have a website, edutinkering.com, and my YouTube channel. So I did my presentation a little bit different in sense that I pre-recorded it because I didn't want to get flustered or have technical glitches, so I hope you don't mind. So I will ask Jeasy to put it on. Jeasy, you're there? Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm thrilled to dive into our topic today, building future-ready skills with the Lego brick editor in UEFN. So we're exploring how this platform nurtures creativity, collaboration, and digital literacy through game design. It's truly amazing how these elements come together to empower learners. First, creativity. It's the heartbeat of innovation. The Lego brick editor allows students to unleash their imagination, crafting unique worlds and stories. Collaboration in our interconnected world is the ability to work together, and it's invaluable. This tool encourages teamwork and peer learning, essential for personal and professional growth. And finally, digital literacy. As technology advances, being literate in digital tools becomes crucial. The skills gained here prepare students for exciting emerging career paths. So think about these skills. How might they transform education and future careers? I'm Brigita Biondic Sehgal, and I'm excited to be on this journey with you today. Let's explore these concepts further. So today we are diving into the exciting fusion of Lego and Unreal Engine for educational purposes. Let's explore why this combination is a game changer for learning. First up, UEFN, or Unreal Engine for Fortnite, provides Unreal Editor for Fortnite provides professional-grade tools that make industry-standard game development accessible to learners of all ages. This means students can use the same tools that professionals use in the field. Then we have a familiar building system of Lego. Its intuitive nature means students are already comfortable with these mechanics and making it enjoyable and easy for them to engage and learn. And importantly, these tools together foster future-ready skills. Students develop digital literacy and creation skills that are crucial for emerging career pathways. This combination also opens up endless possibilities for creative expression. Students are empowered to design, build, and tell stories within immersive digital environments. Moreover, the platform integrates STEM learning by blending play, spatial reasoning, engineering principles, and computational thinking. It is a truly engaging way to learn. So let's continue exploring how this can transform the classroom experience. So why it belongs in the classroom?
First, we have spatial reasoning and geometry. This component is essential as it helps students to develop their 3D visualization skills. Through hands-on building, they gain an understanding of scale, proportion, and geometric relationships. It's like seeing geometry come alive. Next, we explore storytelling and narrative design. This isn't just about creating stories, it's about crafting immersive worlds where these stories unfold. Students enhance their narrative comprehension and creative expression by designing physical settings for their tales. Imagine the empowerment in bringing a story to life. Let's not forget engineering and iteration. This teaches students the vital skills of design thinking and problem solving. They learn the iterative process of testing and improving solutions, skills that are not just academic, but life skills. Then there is collaboration and communication. Shared projects foster teamwork, peer learning, and effective communication. Students learn the value of working together and expressing ideas clearly. And finally, digital tool fluency. That's another key aspect. By working with professional creative tools, students build comfort and fluency with technology that is transferable to future careers. It's about being ready for the digital future. Each of these aspects contributes to a comprehensive learning experience, preparing students for future where creativity meets technology. So, welcome to the Lego Brick Editor overview. Let's dive into how this tool elevates digital creativity. First, it's important to highlight that this isn't just about prefabs. The Lego Brick Editor offers genuine digital building freedom. Imagine the joy and creativity of physical Lego, but now in a digital space that seamlessly integrates with professional game development tools. That's the power of the Lego Brick Editor within the Unreal Editor for Fortnite. One key feature is the brick-by-brick control. You can precisely place, rotate, snap, and color individual bricks, allowing for intricate and detailed designs. Another exciting aspect is the authenticity of the experience. You have access to official Lego colors and brick types, complete with realistic physics and rendering. It's like having a real-world Lego set on a digital platform. Lastly, the massive library of Lego parts provides endless creative possibilities. Whether you are a student, educator, or hobbyist, this tool opens up a universe of design potential. So I encourage you to think about the boundless opportunities this presents for education and creativity. Imagine what you could build. Let's explore it as concept sketch or reference image. This is your blueprint, considering aspects like scale, symmetry, and architectural features such as arches and towers. Planning ensures that your vision aligns with the final build. Next, we move to the build phase. Here, the foundation and walls of our desert temple come to life. Using Lego's intuitive snapping system, you'll ensure precise alignments. Don't forget to add decorative elements and color variations. These touches bring depth and visual interest to your creation. So this whole project was built with some basic prefabs, some basic elements, and basically by repeating those elements, I constructed a quite big build. In the revised stage, testing the structure is crucial. So you will make adjustments in aesthetics, and iterating on your designs will help enhance details and improve the overall appearance of your build. And finally, in the share phase, you finalize your build. It's time to integrate it with other game elements or share it with the community. Sharing not only showcases your work, but also invites collaboration and feedback. So each of these steps, plan, build, revise, and share, plays a vital role in bringing your digital Lego creation to life. This is quite a big build, and you can even record and save the complete build, but it will be a little bit hard and it will require quite a long rendering time, so to just be aware of that. So let's get started with Lego Brick Editor. This tool not only offers a familiar building experience, it also encourages creativity and exploration. So let's dive into some key learning points. First, always encourage experimentation. It's through trying different combinations and approaches that students truly learn. Second, the focus on digital literacy and tool fluency helps bridge the gap between virtual and physical Lego building skills. And third, it's easy to learn yet powerful to use. Students can quickly get started with simple structures, which sets the stage then for more complex projects as they grow more confident. Lastly, it is possible to connect with physical Lego building skills by constructing the build in physical form from digital design or vice versa. So to get started, let's do the step-by-step workflow. So first we open Lego Island in the Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Lego Island templates or just anyone that will have inbuilt Lego Brick Editor. You will find the Lego Brick Editor in the selection mode of a drop-down menu. From there, you will browse the brick gallery to choose your pieces. Once you have your selection, customize colors and details to bring your vision to life. Positioning bricks is intuitive with control system that allows precise placement, rotation, and connection. This makes building a seamless and enjoyable experience. By focusing on these steps, students will not only master the Lego Brick Editor, but also enhance their digital skills in a fun and engaging way.
Lego Island creators, have we got a treat for you. Brick by Brick building is coming to UEFN. The Lego Brick Editor gives you access to 50 classic Lego bricks, 42 production colors that you can turn into static meshes for your islands. Use this to build environment pieces and set pieces to add Lego flair to your world. This launch is the continuation of our mission to deliver creative granularity to Lego Islands. Add your custom creations from Lego Brick Editor to your existing islands, or learn to use the digital features by working along in the Lego Brick Editor template. When you're done snapping together your perfect model, bake it with the Craggle feature to reuse it throughout the level. The time for creating is now. Boot up UEFN, launch a Lego brand template, and get building.
So, and now after we looked into the process of creating with Lego Brick Editor, let's delve into assessing creativity and the process itself, rather than maybe just focusing on the final outcome. So here's the example of assessment rubric with skill components that can be assessed. We can look into planning and design, technical skills, problem solving, reflection, and collaboration. Also, we want to emphasize process over perfection. It's all about valuing the learning journey and problem-solving strategies. We need to encourage students to embrace challenges and learn from each step as they are taking it. So design journals are a fantastic tool. They allow students to document their planning, challenges, and solutions. This ongoing reflection helps them understand their growth over time. Screen recordings provide another layer of insight. By capturing the building process, you can better assess problem-solving strategies and observe iterative improvements. Also consider integrating peer reviews. Structured feedback sessions can foster critical thinking and communication skills among students. This collaborative approach enhances learning. And lastly, use reflection questions to guide students in articulating their learning experiences. Encourage them to connect these experiences with curriculum objectives, enriching their understanding. So let's explore how we can take students' creations from the classroom to a broader audience. This might be an optional step in creating student projects, but it's worth thinking about it. And of course, it will develop on the level where students are, if this is just primary, middle school, or is it tertiary level projects where students need to build portfolios. First, let's talk about finalizing the build. Students should complete all design elements, thoroughly test it, and prepare their work for sharing. So this step ensures they present their best effort to the world. Publishing in Fortnite creative mode is another exciting step. With teacher guidance, students can ensure their settings are appropriate, allowing them to share their creations responsibly. We empower students by generating island codes or QR codes. This can be shared with their classmates, parents, and the wider school community, making it easy to access and engage with their work. And that way, we also ensure the selectivity of who can approach those projects. Implementing structured feedback processes will allow visitors to offer constructive comments on student work. This feedback is crucial for growth and development. And publishing student work has numerous benefits. It provides an authentic audience beyond classroom walls, increases motivation and pride in their achievements. It also aids in portfolio development, opening doors for future opportunities. So let's look into some resources that you need to explore before you are starting if you didn't get familiar yet with this. So where would you go and look for something like this? First, we need to start with, of course, installation and setup with Epic Games Launcher, UEFN installation guide, and system requirements. There's a lot of documentation and tutorials on Epic's Games dev community and forums, video tutorials, community guides, and also educational resources like at lego.com itself, edutinkering.com, Education Epic Games Forum, and similar venues. I also want to announce that we are having an upcoming course, which will be a free online course on using Lego Brick Editor in UEFN at Virtual Production Dojo. It will come fairly soon, so watch the space, where everything will be explained quite in detail how to work. So the only limit is their imagination, and with Lego Brick Editor, that limit just expanded exponentially. We always say the sky is the limit in creativity, and this is really becoming true. Now, consider what your students could create. With access to professional-grade tools that carry the familiarity of Lego, we are not just building structures, we are constructing bridges between play and professional skill development. So I think that's very, very important aspect. Think about how this tool could integrate into your curriculum, which subject areas and topics could benefit the most. Whether it's enhancing storytelling in language arts, visualizing concepts in science, or understanding architectural design in maths, the opportunities are vast. Imagine the projects your students could embark on, projects that not only engage but also inspire them to explore new skills and ideas. This could truly transform your classroom into a vibrant hub of innovation and creativity. So here are the next steps to get started as an educator. First, download UEFN and explore the Lego Brick Editor. Then start with some simple project to build your own skills. Connect with other educators that are using these tools or simply reach out. And introduce a pilot project in your classroom, and you just might be surprised that on the end of the day, again, you might learn more from your students than what we know so far. So thank you all for your attention and participation today. It's been a pleasure to explore the exciting world of gaming in education with you. If you have any questions or would like to continue the conversation, please feel free to reach out to me. You can email me at brigita@virtualproductiondojo.com or connect with me on LinkedIn. You can also visit virtualproductiondojo.com and edutinkering.com websites for more resources and insights in integrating technology into education. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you incorporate these tools into your classrooms. Keep in touch. Bye.
So hopefully I wasn't losing my cool, but we had to have a glitch. As it happens, there always has to be at least one glitch. So now, as you can see, this was last presentation of the day. Thank you for your patience. And Jeasy now just opened the possibility that we can have open panel and discussion and questions regarding anything so far today. Share your opinions, share your ideas, have questions. So floor is yours, so to speak.
You can switch on your camera if you wish. Feel free to unmute yourself. You all have been upgraded to co-hosts. So
That's awesome. That's really, really informative. Thank you guys for doing this.
great. Thanks, Evan.
Okay, anyone wants to start first? I will say I'm truly grateful to all presenters that they gave us their time. And I think we had some very interesting mix today, and I hope you got some insights and some ideas from all of this.
I thoroughly enjoyed all the LEGO and UEFN content that was presented. You know, it's really exciting. It's almost like I want to go have my dinner and then fire up UEFN. I've already published one game. Now it's time to publish another 20. I don't have enough hours in a day. Gary, this might be a good time if your game is loaded. Maybe you want to show us a glimpse.
Yeah, you are muted, Kelly.
Technology, unfortunately.
Just unmute yourself, Kelly.
That's odd. Um,
Well, that's typical, isn't it? Crashing in critical moment.
let's hear from our participants. What did you all think? What session really got you to think beyond what you're already doing in your classrooms?
So, how do you pronounce his name? The guy's name starts with a P.
That's with a
Prahat?
Prathap. Yes, Prathap.
Yeah,
He's amazing. With
that
twin
was
motion.
awesome. Yeah, his stuff was so cool. But just think about the musicals and doing like theater plays with the backdrops like that, like it's a complete auditorium. That was
Remember,
really impressive.
these
Yeah.
are young students,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
If they're already doing it at that age group, just imagine where they're going to be, right? So one thing definitely what we are seeing in this new ecosystem of academia is Minecraft, Roblox, UEFN, Lego, Fortnite. These are great introduction tools. You know, you can open it up. There are ethical boundaries built into these programs, so students are safe because they are vulnerable community groups. And then you take them into Twinmotion, so then they can start pre-visualizing things, but even more realistically. And then you have Blender, as Robert or Bobby showcased. They start learning how to start understanding engineering principles, scientific modalities, and then you bring them into Unreal Engine, and the world is the oyster, right? So today, what we've tried to cover is a point of start till what is next. We are actually in the tech age today.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
If I can, yeah, Kelly, good.
I like that translucent. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe some of you can see my swords in the background here too. That was awesome. I want to play it. Is it live? Yeah, it's on
She's
the
unfortunately muted at the moment, in sense that computer doesn't want to give her voice.
yeah. Put the island code in the chat. I want to go and play it.
Can you hear me? Hold on one
Yeah.
second.
Now we can hear.
Yeah, there
You can
you
hear,
are.
yeah, basically.
You're back.
Now you can hear. I had to close I had to close UEFN. So in order to run that, it's just a demo right now. It's not finished and it's not published. And so I was running UEFN and I was launching a session inside of the UEFN in order to play test it. As soon as I do that, even your voices turn into a robotic voice, and it completely disabled my microphone. So I don't know why, because within so one thought that I might have is that playtest session, the editor within UEFN, if it's competing with the microphone voice chat inside of, I thought I had disabled, but I don't know, but it was just like going crazy. So I work on 3 screens. I'm like trying to move the screens around, sharing screen and sharing the right window, and then like closing the applications. But yeah, it was a no-go with the microphone with those 2 things running, like, period. So, but yeah, we're a couple of teachers, Jonathan in here, he's helping us design that. Steve, who was in here earlier, helping. Ian Southwell is another educator with Clever Light Studios who was does the Rube Goldberg. He is doing that. And yeah, it was it's really it's been really fun. It's definitely check out what other educators are doing, and that one in particular is the Lego Summer Arcade. It's a challenge going on now until August 17th is when it's due. Really cool little arcade games that are being built in there. So I'm excited working on it for sure. So
amazing. That looks really, really nice. So once it's published, please do share
I'll
it with
post
us.
it all over LinkedIn. I'll share it with everybody I know. So, oh, and I did actually also want to make sure that I shared a link to our Digital Promise Playful community. It's just a Discord server. So anyone that wants to join that, Brigita, I think you're in there. Jeasy, you might be in there too. I'm not sure. But yeah, we just chat all the time about games and education stuff. So would love to have anybody in there join the conversation.
Absolutely. Yes, everyone, if you've not signed up, sign up there. Kelly is very active in that community, and it's a great place just to ask a question. When you're with your students, don't say no question is a silly question, but in this community, there is no silly question. That's what we all are trying to do. So it's amazing. So thank you so much, everyone. Yes, we did run a little bit over time, but thank you for your patience and thank you for joining in. So as we draw this inspiring day to a close, as the first Gaming and Education Symposium at Virtual Production Dojo, we would like to especially thank our presenters, Dr. Kelly McNeil, Deb Fuller, Prathap Sekar, Cathy Cheo-Isaacs, Robert Majoch, and Brigita Biondic for hosting it, for sharing their expertise, passion, and vision. Your contributions today have been nothing short of inspiring. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you, educators, designers, researchers, and visionaries, who joined us today with open minds and an unwavering belief in the transformative power of play. Today, we have seen that game-based learning isn't a novelty or a future ambition. It is happening right now. In classrooms, studios, and digital spaces around the globe, students are learning to think critically, collaborate deeply, and design with purpose. Through platforms like UEFN, League of Fortnite, Twinmotion, and Unreal Engine, they are not just learning about the world, they are actively shaping it. At Virtual Production Dojo, we believe education must evolve to meet this creative renaissance. We are committed to equipping educators like you with the tools, training, and confidence to integrate real-world technologies into curriculum design. Whether you are teaching in K-12, higher education, or informal learning environments, our mission is to empower you to create spaces where students lead, invent, and imagine boldly. If today sparked new questions or unlocked new possibilities, let's keep that momentum going. Let's move from imagination to implementation. Let's build learning environments where students are the architects of their own futures. The classroom can be a launchpad for creativity, critical thinking, and career readiness. And we are here to support you with immersive training, curriculum-aligned resources, and professional development programs tailored specifically for educators. We invite you to explore upcoming educator training opportunities at Epic Games, joining the Digital Promise Discord, as well as what we are launching at Virtual Production Dojo. Thank you for being part of this global community of change makers. Stay connected, reach out to each other, connect on LinkedIn, and let us support your journey. The future is not just gamified, it's designed by educators and academics like you. Thank you again, one and all, for joining us, and have a wonderful afternoon.